Hello. Hello, my close personal friends. You're not ready to start just yet, but before the stream does start, before it starts officially... Well, you know what? First of all, let's have everybody quiet down. Everybody please take your seats. And shut the fuck up, kindly. Before we start today, because we all have to be very mature and responsible today, this is going to be a mature, responsible stream. It's not going to be like those streams where we just fuck around and say horrible, offensive things. Today is a stream where I fuck around and say horrible, offensive things, but you guys all have to be well-behaved. Because the point of this stream is to be educational. For all of us, for everyone involved. Mostly for me. This is a stream about me educating myself. But in order for me to educate myself, we all have to be mature. So, we're gonna set down some ground rules. And that's what we're gonna that's the first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna set down the rules, then I'm gonna hop off for a bit, and then in a few minutes after that we're gonna start officially. So rules for today's stream. Lorem ipsum dolor sit amet consecu... None of this nonsense. Oh, there's more nonsense. Hang on. Okay, there we go. No more nonsense. Only serious things being discussed here today. Rule number 1. No gooning. And I know you might hear this and think, what is this, literally 1984? No gooning? Max, how am I supposed to not goon? Listen, I don't want to be like the tough disciplinarian coming down hard on you here. That's for your father to do. I'm not your father. When you're not in this stream, you can goon as much as you want. You can make it through one stream without gooning. You can do it. So relax. It is possible to not goon. You can figure it out. Rule number 2. No edging. Now I have to put this one on there, because if I say no gooning, a lot of you guys will be like, joke's on you, fucker. Even if I can't goon, I can still edge. Well, I've thought of that. Sorry, but I have thought of it. So, we're eliminating all loopholes here. There will be no loopholes left. Rule 3. No jelking. Is that how you spell jelking? I don't know how to spell jelking. Is that right? Is there a Q in there? No, that looks like gel queuing. That can't be right. All right, we'll do without the Q. What else? Rule 4. No jorking. Now, this is obviously just a subset of jelking. Everyone knows this one.
Flatulence, dookie. I'm joking.
You know what? Thank you for that super chat. You just reminded me. You just reminded me of another rule. No joking. Except for Max. When I do it, it's fine. Can we mew? I'm gonna say mewing is fine. I'm still not entirely sure I even know what mewing is. I think it's just when you make a goofy face. I don't know if it's any more complicated than just making a goofy face. I think you do it in the interest of strengthening your jaw muscle or something if you've got a weak jaw. Wolfo, go away. Fuck off, go away. If you want to mew, that's fine, because you can mew without disrupting the class, which is really the most important thing, because we don't want to disrupt.
Oh boy, what's next? No farting?
Farting is also not allowed. But I don't feel like we need to make a rule for that, because that's always the case. But also more important than anything else is be respectful.
Yeah, this is gonna end well.
It is gonna end well. You think it won't? Well, you just wait, young man. It's gonna end great, because this is going to end with me, finally, at long last, after all these years, understanding autism. But we have to be respectful, because it's not outside of the realm of possibility that there are going to be some autistic people joining us today in the chat. There are going to be some autistic people watching, and we don't want to offend these people. We just want to understand them better so that we can better coexist with them. You understand? This is all about coexisting. Even though I probably will not be able to contain myself from at least making a few jokes. But remember, please remember and please understand, any jokes that I make come from a place of love. My love for mocking people who are different from me.
What in the actual crap did I just open YouTube to?
Autism stream. That's what. A little bit of an autism stream. So, I still have some setting up to do. We're not quite there yet. Give me a few more minutes. Now that all the rules are in place, everyone remember those rules. No gooning, no edging, no jelking, no jorking, no joking, except for Max, and be respectful. We have to respect the tism, because the tism is very serious. All right, hang on. BRB.
Hey Max, it's Jay. Would it be okay to make fun of people with ADHD if I have it? I won't be mean to anyone else, I swear. Max, how the hell am I supposed to go an entire stream without jorking my peanuts? This is going to be incredibly hard.
You'll figure it out, don't worry. Okay, I'm back. I've returned. It says fear and hunger in the description. Yes. I don't anticipate this will take up the entire stream. So, after we're done with this, after I've done my research, we will probably get in some fear and hunger, which I can't wait for, because I can never wait for more fear and hunger. Been a while since I've caught a stream. Did you ever get your socks back from the diabolical socks thief? I did not, but I have since bought plenty of new socks. So you don't have to worry, but let's start off today by saying a prayer to our Lord Relaxus, just to make sure that in addition to this stream being educational, it's also plenty relaxing. We don't want to be stressed as we're learning something, right? So, Wolfo is finally taking a nap. Wolfo is lying down, which is just where I like him to be. Everybody please bow your heads and clasp your hands. You don't have to close your eyes, but if you feel it helps, go for it. And then after the prayer, we're going to get right into it. Dear Relaxus, please help to relax us. Help us to sit back, unwind, unstress, decompress, breathe easy, hang loose, cool off, loosen up, and simmer down, as Stick Stickley used to say. That guy was probably autistic. Stick Stickley, what are you kidding me? Please bless us with mellow moods and chill vibes as we hang out, shoot the shit, and just straight kick it. Give us the strength to ignore politics, drama, and the tragedies of our modern world, and grant us the serenity to forgive those on social media who post things that make us triggered, upset, and emotionally compromised. And as always, help me to wish harmony to those who wish harm on me. Amen. Let's finish off our prayer by doing some square breathing. This is when you inhale and outhale at similar intervals, and yes, I know I just said outhale. It's a word, look it up. We're going to breathe in through our nose and out through our mouth, and we're going to do a count of 8. If you can't breathe through your nose, using your mouth is fine too. Starting off in through the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And out through the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Once more, in through the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And out through the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Much better. Much better. Is everybody feeling more relaxed? What is the best way to start this? I've listed out a few things. What I know about autism, questions about autism, and what I've learned so far. We also have a scoreboard for myself and Spongebob. Spongebob supposedly...
I'm part of the autism spectrum, Max. Please be gentle.
Well, if I have autism, then everything that I say about autism today will also be true about myself. I do thank you for your concern. And I thank you for the super chat, and I thank you for joining us. But also, like I said, Everyone in the chat, try to be as respectful as you possibly can. Only I know how to be disrespectful responsibly. What kicked all of this off was Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants, announcing that SpongeBob does have autism. And I think my first reaction to hearing this was, I think it was less to do with how likely I think it is that SpongeBob does or does not have autism, and more just to do with the fact that I don't like that decision being made by the voice actor for SpongeBob, I think. Certainly Tom Kenny has a very strong connection to the character. He's been playing the character for 25 years. He knows the character better than most. If Steven Hillenburg were still with us and he said that SpongeBob had autism, I would be like, all right, well, I can't disagree with that. The creator is the one who decides. I guess it would be like if somebody else did the voice of Goofball. So I guess it's not a one-to-one analogy because I do the voice of Goofball, but if I was the creator of Goofball and somebody else did the voice, and then somebody else said, like, hey, you know, did you know that Goofball is Jewish or something? And I would just be like, hey, wait a minute, let me decide that. I made Goofball. I'm the creator. I will tell everyone that Goofball is Jewish. And as a matter of fact, he is.
Hey, Maxie.
Yeah, what's up?
Thank you for doing this. I had my partner participate in the disc since they have autism, and I can't be here long. Ray 3.
Mwah. Participate in the disc, did you say? What did you say? Yeah, participate in the disc. No idea what that means. But thank you for the super chat. But Steven Hillenburg is no longer with us, so he can't make these decisions. I guess maybe now it's up to Tom Kenny to tell us that SpongeBob has autism. Why don't we start with what I know about autism? People self-diagnose autism a lot. This is something I see a lot. Is people will receive no official diagnosis, but they'll just kind of hear about the symptoms of autism and they'll think, I have that. And then they'll go around telling people that they have that. This is a horrible idea. You should never do this. And if you do this, I am calling you out a little bit. Because really, you should not be doing this. You should never self-diagnose yourself with anything. Only a trained professional is supposed to be giving you a diagnosis. And telling people that you have something that you weren't diagnosed with, it seems a little kooky to me. I just don't think it's a good idea. Now, of course, a lot of those people probably do have autism. Which kind of leads me into my second point of what I already know about autism, which is autism seems nebulous. So when I think about autism and when I think about its symptoms, I understand that it's like an umbrella term, that it encompasses a lot of things. A few of those things might be autistic people dislike loud noises. I talked about this a little last week. And they dislike, or rather, they do like sticking to a set schedule day to day. But this just kind of further adds to the confusion for me because everybody dislikes loud noises. And sticking to a daily schedule is the superior way to live your life. And also, is it possible to have these behavioral traits without being autistic? Or is this the word that we assign to people who have these traits? That idea is going to come up a lot. Are these traits that autistic people are likely to have, or does having these traits mean that you are deserving of the autistic label? Another thing. What do autistic...
Hey Max,
Hi.
when will we finally get some new wacky game jokes for kids episodes?
Never. But thank you for the super chat. What do autistic people love most of all? Question mark. That's right. Sonic the Hedgehog. If you love Sonic, you're probably autistic. If you are autistic, you probably love Sonic. Why is that? And also, already, I have to give myself a point here. So I'm giving myself my first point. And also, I just said that whole thing about self-diagnosis, and you shouldn't diagnose yourself with anything. And me using this scoreboard here today is going to seem a little hypocritical, because that kind of might seem like what I'm doing by using the scoreboard is I'm trying to diagnose myself with autism. I'm really not. And even if the results of the scoreboard do suggest that I have autism, I still will not believe it. I still will not tell people I have autism, because I know the only way to get a real diagnosis is from a trained professional, and I am not a trained professional. But I do love Sonic the Hedgehog. When I was a kid, my first my first home console was the Sega Genesis. I was crazy into Sonic. Played all the games, watched the cartoons on TV, read the comic books. Still love Sonic, even in my adulthood. I've got that little Sonic museum in my living room that you guys have probably seen. What else? It's an umbrella term. We know that. And people can have...
H.
Yeah? Nope, you just said the letter H. Very autistic of you. It's an umbrella term, and people can have no overlapping symptoms. Two people can have no overlapping symptoms and still be diagnosed with autism, which has led me to my belief, which I'm sure plenty of other intelligent people more intelligent than me have probably already observed, that maybe in the future, what we call autism now might be separated into different conditions that are not related, or we don't consider them to be related.
I have a coworker who is autistic, and he loves Sonic the Hedgehog.
There you go.
He also loves these streams. So do I.
Well, I thank you and your coworker for loving my streams. What is it with autism and Sonic? What is the link there? What is going on there? That is such a mystery to me.
Max.
Hi.
I'm autistic, and I think if you were to read my message I sent in the Discord, you would gain a lot of insight. Here's $5.
Thank you. Thank you for the
God
super chat.
bless you.
God bless you too. So I asked everyone in the Discord if they have autism, if there are people in the Discord who have autism.
Hey, Max, was me making that one super chat about autism isn't real part of the reason you decided to do this stream?
No. And
also, could you play Goblet Grotto?
No. Listen, you gotta let me get through this. You have to let me get through this a little bit.
Actually, there was another interview with Tom Kenny, and he said that he honestly regrets saying that about Spongebob literally the next day after telling everyone at the public convention that Esp was.
Shit. He said that? Oof. But I was just about to read this article. He took it back? He rescinded Spongebob having autism? All right, well, we're just going to read this article as if that part didn't happen. But also, I asked people in the Discord, if they have autism, to write like a brief paragraph about their experience with it, and I was going to read some of them aloud. I kind of maybe decided a little later that might not have been the best idea. That might be a little dicey. I can still try, but also a lot of you guys wrote way, way more than just a paragraph. Not following instructions, really living up to that diagnosis. Really living up to the diagnosis. So that's another thing we know about people who have autism. Can't follow instructions. I'm joking. I don't know if that's true. We're joking. We're having fun here today. What else?
Some studies show that the color blue has some association with children with autism.
The color blue? As in, if that's a child's favorite color, they're more likely to have autism? I'll put that here. Blue is autistic. Somehow. Now, I've known people with autism. I've had autistic friends over the course of my life. A few of them have suggested that it might be possible that I myself do have autism. Of course, I don't believe it because I think it's important to get the diagnosis first. And I'll probably never get the diagnosis because even if I did get the diagnosis, I don't see how knowing it would help me. I don't see how knowing it would make my life any better. It would probably just give me a new thing to be self-conscious about. But here's the thing, and this is what's always confused me. It's an umbrella term. People can have no overlapping symptoms. A lot of those symptoms just seem like normal behavioral traits, like disliking loud noises or wanting to stick to a day-to-day schedule, not liking deferring from your schedule. And it makes all of it so very nebulous that I wonder, and I guess this could be a question about autism. Does it actually have any physical markers left on the body? Not bottom, body. Don't know why I wrote bottom. Like, could you look at somebody's brain under a microscope and look and say to yourself, yep, that's autism right there? Or is autism only diagnosed through behavioral traits? That's a big question I have. Can you find out if somebody has autism without...
I heard on NPR that a common trait among people with autism or Asperger's syndrome is that they fantasize about setting traps.
What?
Do you like traps, Max?
Traps? You mean like the upturned box with the carrot underneath it with the stick that holds the box up and then you pull the string and the stick falls away? Like that? What are you saying? What kind of traps? Autistic people are setting traps now? To catch a wascally wabbit? I've never heard of such a thing. I would say, and this is going to be a bit of an editorialization. Hopefully nobody takes this the wrong way. Based on my experience with autistic friends and autistic people that I've known in my personal life, I would say that every single person I've known who has autism, or autism, not autism, every single person is a little... People with autism are a little socially
Autistics
wonky.
are also very much into firearms and anime and trains. Many such cases.
Firearms and anime and trains. But once again, are those things that you can enjoy without being autistic? Or is autistic the word that we apply to people who enjoy those things? But people with autism are a little socially wonky. A little bit. And sometimes it might be so slight that you have to spend a lot of time with them before you ever actually notice. I might say they're like weirdos.
Hey Max, I hope you find the mystery about Spongebob's autism. I believe in you. Have a good stream.
Thank you. Is weirdo a harsh term? I was teasing a girl
You're
once.
the goat.
Thank you, I am the goat. You're the goat as well. There was this girl I was being flirtatious with once, and I was
gotten
teasing
the
her.
diagnosis as an adult.
Oh yeah?
It helped me understand that I don't need to be fixed. That my brain is just wired a little different. I am also an autistic female, and am 1000% socially inept.
Okay. If I did have autism, it would explain why I'm incredibly socially inept. But once again, that all-important question... Is autism the word that we apply to people who are socially inept? Can you be socially inept without having autism? Can you be a weirdo without having autism? I know the word weird makes a lot of people unhappy. I feel like there's a value judgment attached to that word. People don't like being considered weird, which to me is unusual because I always thought that the word weird basically just meant unusual, and it was a neutral term. It basically means not entirely normal, but you could be weird in a good way or you could be weird in a bad way. What else do I have here? So people self-diagnose.
Hi,
They like
Max.
sticking to schedules.
I'm a direct support professional.
Oh yeah?
I work with autistic adults, and my son is also autistic.
Oof.
Autism is diagnosed by observing behavior.
Don't tell me yet!
There aren't any physical markers.
There aren't? Okay, well, question answered. I wanted to figure that out for myself, but I guess now I don't get to. Oops! No physical markers. Shoot. Okay. Well... But what other question? Actually, you know what? Let's think of all of the Let's think of popular people with autism. Who has autism that I can think of? Chris Chan is the big one. Chris Chan is like the autism poster child, although I would imagine that most people with autism don't like Chris Chan being the poster child. Elon Musk has autism. I think I've heard that Einstein had autism. I don't know if I know how to spell his name. Chris Chan, I would say, is how we definitely know autism is real. In response to that person earlier who said autism does not exist. It must be real, because you could not spend 5 minutes with Chris Chan without realizing something is very, very different about this person. Don't want to say he's a weirdo, even though he is. But you know what? Let's not generalize. Let's not paint with a broad brush. Not all people who have autism fuck their own mother. It's probably 50% at most. Actually, you know what? I think I looked this up on my phone earlier. Famous people with autism. Yeah, I looked this up on my phone. It just looks like a list of all the most famous people ever.
Also, did you know you can be autistic and ADHD? Which I am. My brain is an enigma.
I was diagnosed with ADHD.
But knowing helps
when
me
I was a
address
kid.
issues with myself appropriately.
I know I definitely have that. I definitely do have ADHD. Albert Einstein, Dan Aykroyd. Maybe that explains why he likes
Female with
UFOs
autism,
so much.
diagnosed in my 30s. I've always felt weird and anxious. I'm a people pleaser, and I have comorbid depression. Anecdotally, people with autism tend to look younger than their age.
Really? I wonder if I look younger than my age. Yeah, the list of
Some
famous...
autistic people like order and enjoy making lists and compartmentalizing things. I have a friend who was recently diagnosed and is an archivist.
I mean, I kind of like making lists. It just sounds like the list is just the most famous people ever. It's just a list of all the famous people throughout history.
What's the story with you being flirtatious with a girl?
Oh yeah, I was being flirtatious with this girl at the time. And I was teasing her, and I called her a weirdo, and that really, really upset her. It really hurt her feelings, and I was just like, why? That's like the most mild thing you can call somebody. A weirdo?
Long-time watcher, first-time chatter.
Hey, what's up?
So glad the autism stream is the day I decided to open my horrible, greasy, Ren and Stimpy pie hole. Love you, Max.
You have a Ren and Stimpy pie hole? So, according to behavioralinnovations.com, the list of famous historical figures with autism, it just seems like all the historical figures ever. And not only that, but these people lived before a time where they even could have received this diagnosis, which kind of makes it seem like wishful thinking, which all kind of circles back to Spongebob. Is Spongebob having autism also wishful thinking? More famous people with autism: Leonardo da Vinci, Vincent van Gogh, Steven Spielberg. I guess he lives modernly enough to get diagnosed today. Alfred Hitchcock, Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Benjamin Franklin, Henry Ford, Ludwig van Beethoven, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Bob Dylan, James Taylor, John Denver, Charles Darwin, Carl Jung, Lionel Messi, American football player? I don't know if I know who Lionel Messi is. Samuel Clemens, George Orwell, Jane Austen, Charles M. Schultz. That guy made Charlie Brown. I know who that is. Elon Musk, he has autism. To this day, I still don't know what to believe about Elon Musk.
Was this stream inspired by the fact that Jack Carlson, the first person who was diagnosed with autism, died recently?
No, it's inspired by the fact that SpongeBob was diagnosed recently. SpongeBob recently received his autism diagnosis. Elon Musk is weird. I don't know what to believe about him because everybody is so biased about Elon Musk. People either love him or hate him. I feel like for 9 years straight, all I heard about Elon Musk is that he's the smartest man currently living and he's the world's greatest living inventor. To quote Lisa Simpson. You know, like Elon Musk shows up on The Simpsons and Lisa says, "Dad, that's Elon Musk. He's the world's greatest living inventor." Until about maybe a year and a half to 2 years ago, where everyone hard pivoted to saying Elon Musk is actually incredibly stupid and he's a huge idiot, which might be true because I don't know enough about him to say, but I will say that I think that most people don't realize if Elon Musk is stupid, that reflects more poorly on all of us.
If autism is recognized and diagnosed by behavior alone, maybe it isn't too outlandish to think he does in fact have autism.
SpongeBob or Elon Musk? If Elon Musk is an idiot, that actually reflects poorly on each and every one of it. It reflects poorly on us as a society. That this guy could stroll up and tell people that he's the greatest genius in the world, and for like 9 years, everyone just went along with it. How's that possible? For 9 years, nobody asked for proof? We're all idiots then. Who's the bigger idiot? The idiot who claims to be a genius and everyone who believes it, or the idiots who believe it? If Elon Musk is really an idiot, that's a bad sign. But he does have autism, so does that mean when people call him an idiot, they're being ableist? I'm not sure.
Does being a one-y place/sleepy cabin fan count?
Probably.
If anything, Coreyisms feel like early brain rot, I quote to friends. By the way, love your vids.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to say if you like Oni plays, you are autistic. I apologize. But I do have to say that because it's probably true.
I love Conjun House and you would love it too.
Thank you. I'm not sure what that is. Or maybe I do?
Remember in 2012 when you pierced a guy's ear at EQLA? I was the guy who held the other guy's head while you did it LMAO.
I pierced somebody's ear? I don't remember that. I remember receiving piercings while I did those panels. I don't remember ever doing it to somebody else.
I don't care what anyone says. Love is a many strangled thing. Season 22, episode 17 is the worst Simpsons. Take my $5.
Thank you. Is that the one where they meet Elon Musk? I know that a lot of people really hate that episode. Questions about autism. Is it possible to have the symptoms of autism without having autism? Or is it just the word that we give to weirdos? Is autism just like a fancy word for a weirdo? I think I made that joke on Twitter and a lot of people got mad at me, unfortunately. But remember, when I say weird, I don't have a value judgment attached to that word because it's not the way that I use the word weird. I don't use it that way. When I say weird, I really just mean different. I used to have a cartoon, well, I guess I still have a cartoon character. I made a cartoon character named Wally Weirdo once. I don't know if I ever showed him publicly. I think I made him because I realized, man, there are a lot of popular yellow cartoon characters. You got like The Simpsons, you got Spongebob, Pikachu, the Minions. It seems like if you make a cartoon character yellow, a lot of people really latch onto that. And I was like, I don't think I've ever made a yellow cartoon character. I should try. I should try making one.
Watch every episode of Conjun House it on YouTube.
All right, I'll look into it. I made a character called Wally Weirdo. Although, I might want to go back to the drawing board on that name, because that name was probably just the first thing I came up with. Actually, do you guys ever remember me posting Wally Weirdo on Twitter? Have I ever shown that character publicly? Does that sound familiar to anyone? Maybe Wally Weirdo has autism. You guys are saying no. Okay, that might be a fun experiment. That there could be like a little game that we play there. What if I describe Wally and this is a tangent. What if I describe Wally Weirdo to you guys and you guys try to draw what it sounds like and then maybe next week I'll show it for real.
Stop sending SuperChat messages. Otherwise, this stream is going to be over 6 hours long.
Yeah, but I make money that way.
Whatever you do, don't send any more SuperChat messages.
But that's how I make money. And I need money for my fibromyalgia treatments. I don't know how I'm going to pay to treat my fibromyalgia, you guys. You guys want me to describe... you guys want me to describe what Wally Weirdo looks like so you can try to draw him? And then like maybe a week from now I'll show him for real? Does it sound like fun to you? So he's yellow, because that was the whole point, was I wanted to make a yellow cartoon character. how would I describe his proportions? He's kind of like lollipop shaped. He's got a big head and a little body, kind of like Wander Over Yonder, I would say. And he's got bulgy cartoon character eyes. He's got black pupils. He's got a big green nose, almost like Stimpy, but instead of it being a big blue nose, it's a big green nose. He's got ears and antlers like a deer or like a moose. The ears are yellow like his skin. The antlers are green, kind of like his nose, but not as green as his nose. He's got a red vest. He's got white gloves. He's got like a goofball mouth. He's got kind of like that Simpsons mouth where there's like a little lip on top. And he also has a girlfriend.
Send super.
Your super chat got cut off. That's what you deserve. Thank you, though. He's got a girlfriend who kind of does the Minnie Mouse thing where his girlfriend looks just like him, but has like eyelashes and a bow and a dress. Can you picture him? Can you picture him in your mind's eye? This is Wally Weirdo. He's America's most beloved cartoon mascot. His girlfriend is Wanda Weirdo. Yeah, it could be Wanda Weirdo or Wendy Weirdo. Whatever you want. Can't wait to see all the fan art of this. Anyway, we have to get into this. Let me read this article. SpongeBob SquarePants is autistic, according to voice actor Tom Kenny. That's his superpower. Calling it a superpower is also a little strange to me. Because the implication is that would mean that having autism is good. And certainly autism isn't super debilitating. If you have autism, you can live a happy life. You can live a life that's very close to a normal life. You can get a job, you can get married, you can do all the things that people who don't have autism do. But would it also not be true that for every single person who has autism, it would be better if they just didn't have autism? Or does autism also give you some kind of unique advantages? Is saying that it's a superpower, is that essentially a cope? Are you coping when you say that? I really don't think Tom Kenny meant anything other than he probably just said this. He probably just said this because he was saying it kind of out of a sense of compassion, because there are so many kids who get diagnosed with autism, and when you do get diagnosed with it, it can be something that you're self-conscious about, but it could perhaps make you feel less self-conscious to know that there's a popular character that you watch on TV, that you enjoy, that you can then identify with, and you can know that that character has the same thing that you have. If you know what I mean. So I think him saying that SpongeBob has autism was really just him, like, kind of trying to help. He was just trying to be compassionate when he said that. Like I said, the reason that it annoys me, not even that I would say it annoys me a hell of a lot, I'm not losing sleep over it, but I guess the reason it gives me concern is just because I would have felt like that's not really his call to make, is just like the voice actor. Obviously, he's very, very connected to the character. But still, he's not the creator of the character. Tom Kenny wants kids with autism to know that SpongeBob SquarePants shares their superpower. During a recent appearance at Motor City Comic Con in Michigan, the actor, 62, said the beloved animated character he voices is kind of on the spectrum. Kind of? Just kind of? A person who's obviously on the spectrum came up to me and said, "I have a question for you, Tom Kenny. Is SpongeBob autistic? Is SpongeBob himself autistic as a character?" Kenny said, according to a video shared on social media, and I said, "Yes, of course. Of course he is." He added, "I said, you know what? That's his superpower. The same way it's your superpower." This kind of just more so feeds into my theory of Tom Kenny said it in the interest of making people feel better, as opposed to the reason he said it is because SpongeBob ticks the boxes, so to speak, of having those behavioral traits. SpongeBob is certainly weird. He's socially wonky, as we've discussed. But also, every character on the show is weird. They're cartoon characters. All cartoon characters ever are weirdos. Patrick has autism. Mr. Krabs has autism. Squidward has autism. You know what I mean? Like, well, let's keep going, I guess. Kenny, who also plays Patchy the Pirate in live action on SpongeBob SquarePants, previously reflected on why the Nickelodeon cartoon appeals to children with autism so much. I think they like that character. But also everybody likes SpongeBob. He said in a 2017 interview with Bleeding Cool, he doesn't have a filter. He does what he wants. It comes up a lot, actually. The autistic thing comes up, like at Comic-Cons and things like that. Kenny added, I know autistic kids fixate on certain things. That's another thing I can add to our list of things that I already knew about people with autism. They tend to develop fixations. But once again, how much do you have to fixate on something before it's an autistic fixation? And can you fixate on something without it being autistic? Because I might go so far as to say that everybody develops fixations. Everybody likes things. Can you think of a person that doesn't like things? I know I certainly can't. Wolfo, scoot, go away. You're leaving. Bye, 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 bye. Wolfo's leaving. Everybody say goodbye to Wolfo. But there's something about SpongeBob, and it's not that SpongeBob is bigger than other shows. Roger Bumpus, the voice of Squidward, suggested in the Bleeding Cool interview. This has to do with the fact that there's a simplicity to the show. That's true. Not only in the gags and the words, but to the colors and the drawings that might appeal to autistic kids or adults also. Is the fact that I like SpongeBob as an adult, which is true, I do still like SpongeBob. Does that further suggest that I might have autism? SpongeBob SquarePants, which follows the undersea adventures of the title character and his friends, recently celebrated its 25th anniversary. The show is still airing new episodes, and Kenny has provided SpongeBob's voice since the beginning in 1999. The actor has also voiced characters on animated shows like the Powerpuff Girls and Adventure Time. SpongeBob feels more real to me than real life lately. Ooh, that's weird. That might be schizophrenia. Kenny recently joked to USA Today. He was joking. He was just joking. I think Bikini Bottom is actually reality, and we're just a dream SpongeBob and Patrick are having. It's like a Black Mirror episode. He's joking. Clearly he's joking. The one thing I learned from him is that... Oh, wait, hang on. Speaking to USA Today, Kenny also credited the continued success of SpongeBob to original creator Steven Hillenburg, who died in 2018. Was it that long ago? Oof. That's so sad. He was so cool. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of SpongeBob, and therefore him. One thing I learned from him is that character drives everything, Kenny said. You shouldn't violate who they are or stuff they would do for the sake of a laugh. Steve was very strict about that. He always said SpongeBob was the hardest character to write for. He's so elastic, he's very complex. Would I say that SpongeBob, to me, seems autistic? Based on what I know about autism, he likes to...
Please watch Conjun House. Also, you're amazing whether you have autism or not.
Thank you.
Your content brings joy to the world. Brain Dump's cool.
Relax with Max is cool, too. And it's actually still being made. Does SpongeBob like to stick to a daily schedule? Yes, he does. We see him go through his daily schedule many times on the show. Many episodes of SpongeBob start with him waking up and going about his day. So I'm going to give him a point. I'm going to put a point for SpongeBob. Does SpongeBob seem to dislike loud noises? No, he does not.
Max, it's not really being fixated, it's being hyperfixated. Overly fixated on a certain thing for months or even years.
But then that doesn't actually answer the question, though, because then the natural progression to that is, okay, well, now I have to ask, how much do you have to be fixated on something before it's a hyperfixation? I see no evidence that suggests that SpongeBob dislikes loud noises. In fact, I might even go as far as to say that there's evidence to the contrary. I'm reminded of the episode, I think it's season 1, when he invites a jellyfish to come and live in his house, and he tries to keep the jellyfish as a pet.
Surprised you haven't made a parody of Spongebob yet.
Well, maybe someday. I mean, I've also worked on the actual show, so that can be my parody. SpongeBob invites the jellyfish to come live with him, and what is the first thing that they start doing? They play loud-ass music, and they start a dance party. To Squidward's chagrin. Squidward is the one who doesn't like loud noises. SpongeBob has no problem with loud noises. Remember that episode? They're playing the dance music. And they're dancing. Remember that?
The difference, in my opinion, is how one reacts to being deprived of the fixation.
Okay. So if you're deprived of your fixation and you're fine with it, that's not autistic. If you are deprived of it and it makes you crazy and you hate that, then that is autistic. His alarm clock. Yes! SpongeBob's alarm clock. The whole joke is that his alarm clock is comically loud. That's very not autistic of him. If he was really autistic, he would hate that alarm clock. Now it's time to actually do some real learning. Autism, also called autism spectrum disorder, or autism spectrum condition, is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by symptoms of deficient reciprocal social communication in the presence of restricted, repetitive, and inflexible patterns of behavior that are impairing in multiple contexts and excessive or atypical to be developmentally and socio-culturally inappropriate. It's a hell of a sentence right there. Other common signs include difficulty with social interaction. We have that. Verbal and nonverbal communication. So, people with autism have a hard time communicating. Verbally and non-verbally. And that probably means... Well, I won't assume until I actually read it, but that probably means they have a hard time picking up on social cues, which I've had a hard time with over the course of my life. Social cues can be tricky. But maybe less so if you don't have autism. Along with perseverative... what is this word? Perseverative interests. Does that mean interests that persevere? Stereotypic body movements, rigid routines, there we go, and hyper or hyperoreactive to sensory input. Autism is clinically regarded as a spectrum disorder, meaning that it can manifest in very differently in each person. For example, some are non-speaking, while others have proficient spoken language. Because of this, there's a wide variation in the support needs of people across the autism spectrum. Psychiatry, oh boy, I can't read today, which sucks because I'm about to do a lot of reading, has traditionally classified autism as a mental disorder, but the autism rights movement and increasing number of researchers see autistic people as a part of humanity's natural neurodiversity. There's a word I need to understand better. And if I click on it, it will link me to a Wikipedia article about it. How appropriate. From this point of view, autistic people may also be diagnosed with a disability of some sort, but that disability may be rooted in the systemic structures of our society rather than in the person. Thus, proponents argue that autistic people should be accommodated rather than cured. The neurodiversity perspective has led to significant controversy among those who are autistic and advocates, practitioners, and charities. There are many theories about the causes of autism. It is highly heritable, or I would have said inheritable, and mainly genetic. So if you have autistic parents, you're more likely to be autistic. But many genes are involved, and environmental factors may also be relevant. Does that mean you can catch it? You can become autistic? The syndrome frequently co-occurs with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, epilepsy, and intellectual disability. Interesting. That means I might have to give myself a point. People with autism are also likely to have ADHD, epilepsy, and... Hey, shut up. Go lie down. You made me lose my place. I don't remember where I was reading from now. and intellectual disability. I don't think Spongebob's going to be getting any points. I think I'm going to be getting all the points today. Should I give myself a point because I have ADHD? What do you guys think? Is that worthy of a point? Because I do remember getting that when I was getting the diagnosis for that when I was a kid. Is that worthy of a point? Yes or no? You guys are all saying yes. All right, we're bumping myself up to 2 points. Shoot. Disagreements persist about what should be included as part of the diagnosis. It's so nebulous that we can't even agree on it. That's very important. That's huge. It's so nebulous that we can't even agree on it. Also, let me look through what neurodiversity is real quick. Just real quick. Neurodiversity is a framework for understanding human brain functions that recognizes the diversity within sensory processing, motor abilities, social comfort, cognition, and focus as neurobiological differences. Neurobiological differences. The neurodiversity paradigm argues that diversity in human cognition is normal and that some conditions generally classify as disorders, such as autism, are differences and disabilities that are not necessarily pathological. And I remember from Dr. K, pathology means something is wrong. It means when you have a pathology, it means something in your body is not operating correctly. I remember hearing him say that. The neurodiversity movement started in the late 1980s and early 1990s with the State of Autism Network International. Much of the correspondence that led to the formation of the movement happened over autism conferences, namely that Autistic-led OTREAT, pen pal lists, and Usenet, namely the Autistic-led OTREAT. What is OTREAT? Is that like some kind of an online forum? So basically, people with autism came together over the internet and also through being pen pals, and they said to each other, guys, everyone's making fun of us because they think we're different. What if we were normal? Then they wouldn't be able to mock us anymore. But also, that's not entirely impossible that autistic people may be normal, and I'm writing that in quotation marks, in the sense that neurodiversity suggests they are so common that they can't properly be considered abnormal. Maybe autism is normal. Wrap your head around that. If you can. The significance of autism-associated traits in the wider population, the combination of broader criteria, increased awareness, the combination of broader criteria? Does that mean that the criteria for what determines whether or not you have autism is increased over time? Increased awareness and the potential increase of actual prevalence has led to a trend of steadily increasing estimates of autism prevalence, unintentionally aiding the disproven myth perpetuated by anti-vaccine activists that it is caused by vaccines. So this is a big thing. I remember this from when I was in college. Nowadays, it's been pretty concisely put to bed that no, vaccines do not have autism. But not so distantly in the past. So basically when I was in college, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things, for me it feels like a million years ago, but that's really not that long ago. In recent living memory, people were not sure. They thought maybe vaccines do cause autism. We had to do tests to put that to bed, and we did successfully. But now, in the modern era, there are still a lot of people who haven't, you know, I guess caught up to the current science, and they still think, yes, you can get autism from vaccines. There is no cure for autism, although early intervention services based on applied behavior analysis can help children gain self-care, social, and language skills. Independent living is unlikely in more severe forms of the condition. So somebody who has advanced autism might have a hard time living alone. Speech and occupational therapy, as well as augmentative and alternative modes of communication, are effective adjunctive therapies, but some in the autism rights movement consider ABA therapy unethical and unhelpful. Because it's probably trying to change people in a way that is considered insulting. Because people with autism don't want to be thought of as having something wrong with them that needs to be cured, or they just they like themselves for who they are. They don't want to change. Pharmacological treatments may also be useful. The atypical antipsychotics risperidone, don't know that word, and ariprazole are empirically validated for alleviating comorbid irritability. Though these drugs tend to be associated with sedation and weight gain.
I've been diagnosed to be on the spectrum 20 years ago,
Oof.
but I've learned to overcome and cope with identifying traits, which includes functioning in a normal working environment and social events.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine, unless your autism is very, very, very advanced, I wouldn't imagine there's much in your life that being autistic actually prevents you from doing, especially since, like, you know, I've said my experience with knowing people with autism is that sometimes they really do seem like just anyone else. You have to get to know them. For some people, you have to get to know them really well before you're made aware of their wonkiness. If I use the word wonky, is that less insulting? Can I say wonky? Is wonky okay? I guess I should probably avoid saying weird. People don't like weird. Autism prevented me from having a social life? That can't possibly be that true, though, because there are so many people who have autism who have lots of friends. Although I would imagine it might just make it more difficult. The previous system relied on a set of closely related and overlapping diagnoses such as Asperger syndrome. Asperger is something I don't understand as well.
Would you consider joining a flock of geese? They'll teach you how to fly in V formation, ponk, and lay eggs, which will hurt like hell.
I gotta be honest, I don't really have interest in any of those things. Flying would be fun, but I don't think they can teach me that. I don't think I would learn that. I used to hear that Asperger syndrome is a subset of autism. It's something that people with autism frequently have, but I've also heard in more recent years
Max loved the stream. My partner is autistic and I'm ADHD. While there are issues that come up, it's been a joy to see this person.
A match made in heaven.
Love you, Max. Face blowing a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Star-crossed lovers. How romantic. My partner is autistic and I have ADHD. Oh, how romantic. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. But what was I saying? Asperger syndrome. I've heard that people just don't use this term anymore at all. It's just something that we don't say anymore. Meaning that it's probably been replaced with something else, or we've realized that it's just a set of symptoms of people who have autism, and there's no point distinguishing it. Kanner syndrome, that I don't even know what that is. What is Kanner syndrome? Classic autism. This is like, this is the old school stuff. This is what maybe they called autism before autism. They called it Kanner syndrome, and now we refer to that as like autism classic. Classic autism, also known as childhood autism, autistic disorder, early infantile autism, infantile psychosis, that's a hell of a name, Kanner's autism, Kanner syndrome, or formally just autism, is a neurodevelopmental condition first described by Leo Kanner in 1943. Okay. It is characterized by atypical and impaired development in social interaction and communication, as well as restricted, repetitive behaviors, activities, and interests. These symptoms first appear in early childhood and persist throughout life. But why... But if they even called it autism at the time, then why does it have its own Wikipedia page? Whatever, let's not worry about it. And what is Asperger's syndrome specifically? Asperger's syndrome, also known as Asperger's syndrome or Asperger's, is a term formally used, not anymore. We don't, so that's another thing. We can chalk that up to learned information. We no longer use the Asperger diagnosis. Formerly used to describe a neurodevelopmental condition characterized by significant difficulties in social interaction and nonverbal communication, along with restrictive, repetitive patterns of behavior and interests. Asperger's syndrome has been merged with other conditions into autism spectrum disorder and is no longer considered a standalone diagnosis. It was considered milder than the other diagnoses, which were merged into ASD, autism spectrum disorder, due to relatively unimpaired spoken language and intelligence. So, there exists a... Oh, maybe this is what classic autism is. Classic autism is the autism that existed before it was merged with other conditions. And the fact that modern autism is merged with other conditions is why it seems so nebulous. There exists a classic autism, and Asperger's syndrome was eventually merged with modern autism, and they now exist under the same diagnosis. Interesting. Can you read in Goofball's voice, please? Okay.
Autism is currently defined as a highly variable neurodevelopmental disorder that is generally thought to cover a broad and deep spectrum, manifesting very differently from one person to another. Some have high support needs, may be non-speaking, and experience developmental delays. This is more likely with other coexisting diagnoses. Others have relatively low support... Fuck it, I can't do that. Others have relatively low support needs. They may have more typical speech, language, and intellectual skills, but atypical social conversational skills, narrowly focused interests, and wordy, pedantic communication. Wordy, pedantic... Ooh, fuck. I am so pedantic. Fuck, no! I am such a pedantic motherfucker. I have been so pedantic over the course of my life. I'm always correcting people. Gotta give myself another point for that. This one I definitely have to give myself another point for. Shit. I wish somebody had explained what the word pedantic meant to me when I was younger, because I basically spent my entire life being incredibly fucking pedantic, and I didn't realize how unbecoming it was until I first learned about the definition of the word pedantic, and I was like, oh, that's me. And then I also found out in the same moment that people don't like it, and I was like, fuck, I've been doing that my whole life and people don't like it? Yeah, actually people hate it.
when you correct them incessantly. You're just constantly correcting them all the time. It's very obnoxious. I make more of an effort now to not do that, to not correct people all the time. They may still require significant support in some area of their lives. All right, well, I live by myself. I don't need anybody else supporting me. So that's good. If I don't want autism, which I guess I don't. The spectrum model should not be understood as a continuum running from mild to severe, but instead means that autism can present differently in each person. I think I could have guessed that, but I'm going to write that down anyway. Autism manifests very differently in most people. How it presents in a person can depend on context and may vary over time. As of 2023, empirical and theoretical research is leading to a growing consensus among researchers that the established ASD criteria are ineffective descriptors of autism as a unitary biological entity. What does that mean? It means more and more experts think that our current method of diagnosing autism is flawed, and that alternative research approaches must be encouraged, such as going back to autism prototypes, exploring new causal models of autism, or developing transdiagnostic endophenotypes. Proposed alternatives to the current disorder-focused spectrum model deconstruct autism into at least two separate phenomena: a non-pathological spectrum of behavior traits in the population, and the neuropathological burden of a rare genetic mutation and environmental risk factors potentially leading to a neurodevelopmental and psychological disorders governed by an individual's cognitive ability to compensate. Most researchers believe our current diagnostic criteria for autism is flawed.
I don't have autisms, just only one tism.
Very cute. Thank you. I don't got all them tisms. I just got a touch of the tism. Sometimes you might just have a touch of the tism. Here we go. Common characteristics. See also outline of autism. If you're a child and you're stacking cans of beans, you might have autism. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Roll that beautiful bean footage. The following outline is provided as an overview of and topical guide to autism. Perfect.
From what I've come to understand, Asperger's is now largely considered high-functioning autism.
Right. So, well, that would just mean that somebody having Asperger's means they have autism, but it's just very mild. It's a mild form of autism. So if you know somebody and they have autism and they're a little socially wonky, but you don't notice right away, it takes you a while to notice that they're a little wonky, something is a little different about them, that would, in the past, be called Asperger's. Nowadays, it's just all under the autism umbrella. The following outline is provided as an overview of and topical guide to autism. Autism spectrum disorder, a neurodevelopmental
Max, are
disorder.
you going to be picking up Autism Free and Asperger's when it comes out for the Sega Genesis?
Probably. I've been waiting for forever. When are they going to release it already? Neurodevelopmental disorder that affects social interaction and communication and involves restricted and repetitive behavior. Autism can be described as all of the following: disability, maybe physical, cognitive, mental, sensory, emotional, developmental, or some combination of these. I feel like we haven't gotten into the real specifics yet. Developmental disability, a term used in the United States and Canada to describe lifelong disabilities attributable to mental or physical impairments manifested prior to age 18. Disorder, developmental disorder, occur at some occur at some stage in a child's development, often slowing the development. So that's another theory. Or is that a theory, or is that true? That no babies have autism, but autism kind of like turns on. So no child is born with autism, but it develops from the time that you're like a baby up until the age of 10. Is that what that's suggesting? Neurodevelopmental disorder, or disorder of the neural development. So you get autism because your development didn't occur in the way that it was supposed to? You had a pathology of your development? A disorder or neural development is an impairment of the growth and development of the brain or central nervous system. Autistic traits. Here we go. Now we're getting into the real meat and potatoes. Signs of autism are highly variable, and different individuals will have different mix of traits. Some more common traits include avoidance of eye contact, preference to avoid eye contact, and feeling of fear or being overwhelmed by looking in someone's eyes. Oh, fuck, that's me. Shoot. All right, I'm up to 4. 4 points for me. Still, SpongeBob still on 1 point. Shit. Fuck. But does anybody like eye contact? Do people enjoy making eye contact? That's my question. Is can you dislike eye contact without being autistic? Because I would also say that, like, making eye contact with somebody, obviously I dislike it. But I wouldn't say it's because there's something wrong with me. I would say it's because making eye contact with somebody is just inherently
Would you rather
unenjoyable.
have autism or upgrade to the schizophrenia package? I chose the latter. Also, Griller's smiley face.
I wouldn't imagine that autism and schizophrenia are related. Schizophrenia is a very, very different beast. That's when you have, like, visual and auditory hallucinations. Like, you can hear voices talking to you. It's a very, very, very different beast. I'm also not entirely sure what you just said. I'm not entirely sure what you just said. I just distinctly heard the term schizophrenia. Developmental delay, slower acquisition of life skills. Is that me? That's sort of me. That's sort of me, but also there are a lot of reasons that it's been difficult for me to learn life skills that I think go beyond my failing as an individual. Emotional dysregulation, mood swings, including outbursts when overwhelmed. That is not me. I do not think I have mood swings. I do not think I have outbursts. I think I'm good with that. Executive dysfunctions, difficulty staying organized, initiating tasks, and or controlling impulses. Shoot. Fuck. Another point. I do have executive dysfunction. That just means you're shit at being an adult. You have a hard time adulting, and I do have that. I'm up to 5. Things are not looking good for me, lads. Routines. Need for routine and fear of unexpected change. I'm going to give myself... No, you know what? I'm not going to give myself anything there. I would say I do fear change.
I don't like eye contact. My eyes usually go everywhere because I genuinely hate keeping my eyes still. It's like my eyes have ADHD or something, lol.
Well, you might have autism. See, that's the thing. You might have autism, or making eye contact might just be terrible. Honestly, I feel like we're getting close to, like, breathing oxygen. If you breathe oxygen, you might have autism. I think just making eye contact is inherently uncomfortable. It's just bad. It's inherently bad. Nobody likes it. Nobody wants to do it. Routines. Need for routine and fear of unexpected change. I'm not going to give myself a point there. I would say that I do fear change sometimes. But I would also just call that pattern recognition. Because sometimes change can be very bad. But I don't need a routine. I often just fly by the seat of my ass. The seat of my booty. You know, I wake up in the morning and I'm just like, what should I do first? Should I have my coffee first? Should I have breakfast first? I brush my teeth. I always make my bed first. The first thing I do when I wake up is make my bed. I often don't feel it's necessary to be super strict when it comes to sticking to a routine. And I've often had trouble sticking to a routine, but also, as I've said, a routine, having a good routine and sticking to it, that's just like the superior way to live. Because when you stick to a routine, it makes it less likely that you'll forget things that you need to do, and more likely that you'll get in all of the things that you need to do without having skipped anything. You'll have more time if you stick to a routine. Which also makes it a very suspect autistic trait. Because one of the traits of autism is just wanting to stick to the superior way to live. Sincerity, tendency to tell the truth. That's interesting. Autistic people are more likely to dislike lying. They prefer to tell the truth. But you could also have a value. You could also just have the very, very common value that
Max,
lying is wrong.
I have a super important question that needs to be answered.
All right.
Can autism pregeninant? Or does it not do become babies?
Shush. Shush! I thought that was going to be serious. Autistic people are more likely to dislike lying. They prefer to tell the truth. But lying is a sin.
Max, normies love eye contact and will even get offended if you don't look them in the eye.
Really? Normies love eye contact? They love it? They enjoy it? Maybe the reason that I've hated eye contact all these years is because I have autism and I didn't realize it. And I just assumed everybody hates making eye contact. Sincerity. Autistic people are more likely to dislike lying. They prefer to tell the truth. But that's also just a very good value, because lying is wrong. You should tell the truth as often as you can in life. Inevitably, there will be situations where you can't. There will be times when you have to lie to spare somebody's feelings, or you have to tell a white lie for any number of reasons or whatever. But if you're also just a person with very, very strict values, if you're a person with strong scruples, you're a man of scruples, you would want to avoid lying for that reason. That's why it just seems to me like, if everything they say about autism is true, how does anybody get diagnosed with autism ever? Sensory processing disorder. Over or under responsiveness to sensory input. Sometimes I'm a little jumpy. Is that what they're describing? Being jumpy? So like if I hear a sound and I jump? I always thought that was anxiety. I thought that was an anxiety thing, if you're jumpy. Special interests. I got too much sibilance in my fucking voice. Special interests. Narrow and passionate areas of interest. Once again, everybody has interests. Nobody does not have interests. Stimming, repetitive movements or sounds that stimulate the senses and regulate emotion and sensory processing. Stimming. Repetitive movements or sounds. So if you play with a fidget spinner, if you have a song stuck in your head, let's see what the definition of stimming is. Self-stimulatory behavior, also known as stimming, and self-stimulation. But who doesn't like stimulation? Does anybody dislike being stimulated? Being stimulated is like my favorite thing ever. is the repetition of physical movements, sounds, words, moving objects, or other behaviors. Such behaviors also scientifically...
Salutations, Max. Have you seen Rain Man with Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise?
Yes, I have.
It's a depiction of an Autistic person, Kim Peek.
Mm-hmm. Remember, they dropped the toothpicks on the ground. He counted them all up. He was what you would call a savant. There's another word I don't know if people usually use a lot anymore, but back when I was a kid, somebody would be called a savant if they were like stupid and smart at the same time. So like you seem wonky, but somebody drops a box of toothpicks and you can just count them all at once. They would call you a savant if you could do that. Such behavior is also scientifically known as stereotypies. Stereotypies? Stereotypies
Max, who
is a
your
word?
Favorite pony? I can tell whether or not you're Max Autismo by your answer.
My favorite pony? So like from My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic? I don't know. Applejack, I guess. I don't really have a good answer to that. I don't care enough about My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic to actually pick one of those cartoon horses and say, that one's my favorite. I really don't care about it that much. It's okay. It's an okay show for little girls. Doesn't really have a whole lot of appeal to me as an adult man. Stereotypies is apparently a real word. Are found to some degree in all people. Interesting. Stimming is found in some degree in all people. Which means, no, just because you like to stim, that does not mean you have autism. And I was right when I said that doing things that are stimulating are probably just inherently enjoyable things. And everybody likes things that are inherently enjoyable. Especially those with developmental disabilities such as ADHD, as well as autistic people. All right, so chalk up another point towards ADHD, which I already do know that I have. People diagnosed with sensory processing disorder are also known to potentially exhibit stimming behaviors. Stimming has been interpreted as a protective response to overstimulation, in which people calm themselves by blocking less predictable environmental stimuli, to which they have a heightened sensitivity. Further explanation views stimming as a way to relieve anxiety and other negative or heightened emotions. Although some stimming behaviors have been shown to be healthy and beneficial, as they help regulate intense feelings, stimming is also often socially stigmatized and looked down upon. People who are neurodivergent often feel that they need to hide or decrease their self-stimulating behavior, as it appears to not be socially acceptable and often elicits an undesirable response from those who do not understand the compulsion behind them. There are also potential mental health and well-being risks in suppressing and masking autistic stimming behaviors that are harmless or adaptive. Stimming behaviors can consist of tactile, visual, auditory, vocal, proprioceptive, which pertains to limb sensing, olfactory, and vestibular stimming, which pertains to balance. Some common examples of stimming, sometimes called stims. Let me tell you, the kids on TikTok really love their stims. Include hand flapping. Fuck, I used to do that when I was a kid. Oh my god. We're up to 6. I used to do this thing when I was a kid where I would flap my arms up and down like a bird for no fucking reason. Shit! Fuck, I used to do that! Ugh! My parents always used to tell me to stop doing that. One time they caught it on video when I was in a karate lesson. My parents came to video the karate lesson when I moved from white belt up to yellow belt. I got my yellow belt and the ceremony ended, and I immediately went up to my mother who was holding the video camera, and I started flapping my arms like a bird. Imagine a 7-year-old Max flapping his arms like a bird in a karate uniform. Everyone take a moment to picture that. Oh my gosh, I had a big mop of curly brown hair and everything. It was really embarrassing. You did karate? Yes, I did do karate. I didn't do it for very long. I think I got to the yellow belts and I was pretty much done. I didn't do much beyond the yellow belt. Hand flapping. I can't believe I used to do that. Fuck. Clapping, rocking, blinking, pacing. I do pace, but I feel like most people pace. I don't think my pacing is that weird. Head banging, don't do that. Repeating noises or words, snapping fingers, toe walking. Fuck me. I used to toe walk as well. I did that. I used to walk on my tippy toes all the time when I was a kid. 7. We're up to 7. It feels good to walk on your toes. I don't know why. It's just fun. Or spinning objects. What, like a fidget spinner? In some cases, stimming may be dangerous and physically harmful to the person doing it. For example, individuals may risk injuring themselves by forcibly banging their body parts against walls. This is bringing back all sorts of memories for me. I used to walk... When I was a kid, I was so weird. I was so wonky. I used to walk on my toes and flap my arms like a bird. I also used to suck on the sleeve of my sweater. So if I was wearing a sweater, I would put the sleeve in my the sleeve in my mouth and start like chewing on it and sucking on it. Could that be autism? This is unlocking all sorts of memories. Stimming behavior is almost always present in autistic people, but does not on its own necessarily indicate
Max,
the diagnosis.
this is kind of related.
Yeah?
Did you know that there are people that can't picture things in their mind?
Yeah, this is weird to me.
Like, if you tell them to imagine an apple, they can't see an apple
They
in their
can't do it
heads.
at all. You think that's weird. What's even weirder is there are some people who don't even have an internal dialogue. These are true NPCs. How do you think without an internal dialogue? How do you do it? How do you do any thinking? When I found out that some people don't have an internal dialogue, I was like, so basically what you're saying is there are people who just don't think? Because I'm not sure how you're supposed to think without one. That is thinking. The internal dialogue is thinking. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. The biggest difference between autistic and non-autistic stimming is the type of stim and the quantity of stimming. I don't know why that made me laugh. In the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, one of my favorites, one of the all-time classics, published by the American Psychiatric Association, stimming behavior is described as stereotyped or repetitive motor mannerisms and listed as one of the
damn
5.
It. I'm not sure what to put here. Whoop. Oh, wait, I got something. Thanks, YouTube, for making the AI summary background white so it burns my eyes every time I open chat.
But do you have anything to say about autism? We're talking about autism today, and I'm
I can
realizing
imagine
I have
an
it.
apple, but there is no visual element. I have an internal dialogue, but it's silent. I just think of the words abstractly.
Okay. You can picture an apple, but you can't see it, but picturing it is seeing it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it either, Plank. All of my stims are from Ed, Edd, and Eddy. That's why I'm always saying, this is going to take forever, Jimmy. There are so many Ed, Edd, and Eddy stims that I have. Stimming behavior is described as stereotyped or repetitive motor mannerisms and listed as one of the 5 key diagnostic criteria of autism spectrum disorder. What are the other 4? Different perspectives suggest that stimming involves both sensory and motor functions. Underdevelopment of these sensormotory functions can result in stimming behaviors produced by the person as a controllable response. One study which interviewed 32 autistic adults found that unpredictable and overwhelming environments cause stimming. Could tapping your foot be stimming? I always feel like that's just you have too much energy. You've got a lot of pent-up energy in your body. Like you're not getting enough exercise or something like that. Stimming can sometimes be self-injurious, such as when it involves headbanging, hand biting, excessive self-rubbing, and scratching the skin. As it serves the purpose of self-regulation and is mostly done subconsciously, stimming is difficult to suppress. Managing the sensory and emotional environment while increasing the amount of daily exercise, remember, exercise, can increase comfort levels for the person, which may reduce the amount of the needs for stimming. Consciously or subconsciously suppressing stimming with the aid to present as a neurotypical is one type of autistic masking. It typically requires an exceptional effort and can negatively impact mental health and well-being. Oh, wait. Stimming and ADHD. That would mean that all of the ways that I used to stim when I was a kid might be a result of ADHD and not autism? Yes? No? Maybe? Stimming is common among people with ADHD. Not all individuals with ADHD stim. There's so much crossover between all of this nonsense, all of this gobbledygook. How is anyone ever diagnosed with anything with all of this crossover? There is no single reason to explain why people with ADHD engage in stimming, although experts believe stimming is likely linked to how the brains of people with ADHD work due to an imbalance of dopamine. Some of the reasons people with ADHD might stim include to help them focus, to process and deal with their emotions, to help them deal with boredom, to suppress excitement, to cope with being overwhelmed by their environment, and to help them concentrate when they are uninterested with a topic or task. Some potentially more negative or harmful stimming behaviors include teeth grinding, biting one's fingernails and lips, picking at one's skin and scabs, overeating, impulsive actions, and chewing the inside of the cheeks. I do some of those. Overeating, that might also just mean you're a glutton, though. For people with ADHD, stimming can change over time. Some stims may lessen or disappear over time, while other stims can emerge as the result of other stressors. ADHD symptoms can be aggravated by certain environments, situations, and emotions, which will trigger stimming behavior. Some of these triggers include situations involving certain emotions like conflict and rejection, distractions caused by television and phones, environments that are messy or busy, strong or distracting odors, and intense lighting. Pre-diagnosis. For many autistic people, characteristics first appear during infancy or childhood and follow a steady course without remission. Different developmental timelines are described in more detail below. Autistic people may be severely impaired in some respects, but average or even superior in others. Clinicians consider assessment for ASD when a patient shows regular difficulties in social interaction or communication. That's me. Have I already given myself a point for being socially retarded? Have I done that yet? Guys, have I done that? Because I might have to give myself a point for that if I haven't already. I've been pretty severely socially retarded for the entirety of my fucking life. Really almost all. Really, for as far back as I can remember. Give Spongebob a point for a thing I forgot, but I still do. Spongebob, I'll give him a point for that. There's a running gag on SpongeBob. And it's from the older episodes. I'm a lot more familiar with the older episodes than I am with the modern ones. The running gag is just that everybody in Bikini Bottom loves SpongeBob. So think about like the Valentine's Day episode where everybody knows him. He's giving presents to everybody. All these people are coming up to him and thanking him for the presents. SpongeBob is very popular in Bikini Bottom. He's everybody's friend. Which would suggest... It would suggest not autismo. He is not muy autismo. But then on the other hand, he's also very annoying, and everybody knows that he's annoying. He's annoying but friendly. And perhaps, if he had more social awareness, he would not be so annoying. So I will give him a point for that. I'm going to give myself a point too, because I don't think I've given myself a point for that yet. I'm definitely not as socially adept as SpongeBob is. Everybody loves SpongeBob. Everybody is friends with him. Restricted or repetitive behaviors, often called stimming. Resistance to changes or restricted interest. Don't have that. I do not have that. These features are typically assessed with the following when appropriate. Problems in obtaining or sustaining employment or education. I think I only ever had one real job before I became internet content creator guy. And I think I got fired after like 2 days. Yeah, I'll give myself a point for that. Point. Difficulties in initiating or sustaining social relationships. Have that. Give myself another point for that. Connections with mental health or learning disability services. Don't have that. Well, I guess I've seen a therapist before, but everybody's seen a therapist, right? A history of neurodevelopmental conditions, including learning disabilities with ADHD or mental health conditions. Have I given myself a point for also having ADHD? Have you guys been keeping track of my points? Max, you're cooked. You have? Yes, you did? Okay, so I won't give myself another point for that. Am I cooked? Guys, am I fucking cooked? Is it over for me? I'm up to 10, and SpongeBob is up to 2. SpongeBob has 2, I have 10. Oh boy. Now remember, I have to reiterate. We have to reiterate this. The point of today's stream is not to diagnose myself with autism, because you are never supposed to diagnose yourself with anything. Ever. Ever. So even if it seems undeniable that I have autism, it still means nothing. This is all just for fun. This is all just an exercise. It means nothing. So what if I have 10 points? It means nothing, you guys. It's truly nothing. Just get all the points. You are winning autism. Okay. There are many signs associated with autism. The presentation varies widely. Abnormalities in eye contact, little or no babbling as an infant. Don't remember if I did a lot of babbling as an infant. Not showing interest in indicated objects. So if somebody says, look at this, and I say no, what does that mean? Delayed language skills, e.g. having a smaller vocabulary than peers or difficulty expressing themselves in words. Not sure if I would say I have that. I know a lot of words. I've got the best words, as Trump said. Reduced interest in other children or caretakers, possibly with more interest in objects. Maybe. We need my mother here. I need to get my mother on the horn. Ask her what I was like as a baby, as a small child. Obviously, I don't remember. This all goes back to before I can remember. Difficulty playing reciprocal games like peekaboo. Hyper or hypo sensitivity to unusual responses to the smell, texture, sound, taste, or appearance of things. Resistance to changes in routine. Don't have that. Repetitive, limited, or otherwise unusual usage of toys, i.e. lining up toys. That doesn't feel fair. Lining up toys is the best thing to do with toys. It's called organizing things. You don't want things unorganized. Things are better when they're organized. Then when you want to find a specific toy, it's easier to find it if they're organized. And what's the best way to organize something? You line it all up. Repetition of words or phrases. Don't really feel like I have that. Repetitive motions or movements, including stimming. I like the fidget toys as an adult. but I don't do the weird stimming things that I did as a child anymore. I no longer flap my arms like a bird. I no longer walk around on my tippy toes. Self-harming. Don't think I've ever done any real self-harming. Broader autism phenotype. The broader autism phenotype describes people who may not have ASD, but do have autistic traits, such as abnormalities in eye contact and stimming. According to the medical model, autistic people experience social communications impairments. Until 2013, deficits in social function and communication were considered two separate symptom domains. The current social communication domain criteria for autism diagnosis I don't understand that sentence. The current social communication domain criteria for autism diagnosis. Oh, there we go. Autism diagnosis require people to have deficits across 3 social skills: social emotional reciprocity, nonverbal communication, and developing and sustaining relationships. What do they mean by nonverbal communication? What are examples of nonverbal communication? Would there be a wiki article on that, I wonder? There is. The transmission of messages or signals through a nonverbal platform such as eye contact, body language, social distance, touch, voice. That one's not nonverbal. Take that one off the list. Physical environments, appearance, and use of objects. When communicating, we utilize nonverbal channels as means to convey different messages or signals, whereas others can interpret these messages. Study of nonverbal communication started in 1872 with the publication of The Expression of the Emotions of Man and Animals by Charles Darwin. Okay. I think I do pretty okay with this. I was hoping for some examples. Posture. I have good posture. Gestures. Gestures may be made with the hands, arms, or body and also include movements of the head, face, and eyes, such as winking, nodding, or rolling one's eyes. Oh, I'm an expert at this shit. I'm an expert at this shit! Although the study of gesture is still in its infancy, some broad categories of gestures have been identified by researchers. I also feel like a lot of this is cultural. So if I gave somebody the thumbs up, in my culture, everybody knows what that means. In another culture, people might not necessarily know what that means, or it might mean something else entirely. Have I gotten Can we move on to the videos yet? Have I gotten everything I've needed from this? Restricted and repetitive behaviors. I've got some videos lined up that we can peruse through. Repetitive behaviors such as rocking, hand flapping, finger flicking, head banging, repeating phrases or sounds. These behaviors may occur constantly or when the person gets stressed, anxious, or upset. These behaviors are also known as stimming. Resistance to change, a strict adherence to routines. That's the one I feel very, very confident in saying I definitely don't have. No part of me. I am resistant to big changes. When it comes to just like changes in my routine, I really don't care. If anything, I wish I had a stronger routine. Because a routine is discipline. Adherence to routines such as eating certain foods in a specific order or taking the same path to school every day. The same path to school every day? The path you take to school every day is just the best path. You take the quickest path or you take an inferior path to the quickest path. A person may become distressed if there is a change or disruption in their routine. Restricted interests. An excessive interest in a particular activity, topic, or hobby, and devoting all of their attention to it. For example, young children might completely focus on things that spin and ignore everything else. Older children might learn everything about a single topic, such as the weather or sports. Oh my gosh, I think I had an autistic cousin who was obsessed with the weather. He fucking loved the weather. He was like 8 years old and he watched the Weather Channel all day long. Loved it. Couldn't get enough of that Weather Channel at age 8. Sensory reactivity, an unusual reaction to certain sensory inputs, such as a negative reaction to specific sounds or textures, fascination with lights or movements, but lights and movements are the best things to watch. Or apparent indifference to pain or heat. I do not have an indifference to pain. I don't like it. I dislike pain. Autistic people can display many forms of repetitive or restricted behavior. The repetitive behavior scale revised, categorized as follows. Stereotyped behaviors, compulsive behaviors, ritualistic behaviors, and self-injury. Behaviors such as eye-poking, skin-picking, hand-biting, and head-banging. I've never been that autistic. Autistic burnout. Studies have supported the common belief that autistic people become exhausted or burn out in some situations. That's probably me, but I'm not going to give myself a point for that. Other features. Autistic people may have symptoms that do not contribute to the official diagnosis, but that can affect the person or the family. Some autistic people show unusual or notable abilities ranging from splinter skills, such as the memorization of trivia, to rare talents in mathematics, music, or artistic reproduction, which in exceptional cases are considered a part of the savant syndrome. It's that thing that people don't say anymore. One study describes how some autistic people show superior skills in perception and attention relative to the general population. But it would probably only pertain to things that they're already interested in, because they wouldn't be interested in something that they're not interested in, for lack of a better way of putting it, because of their hyperfixations. Sensory abnormalities are found in over 90% of autistic people and are considered core features by some. More generally, autistic people tend to show a spiky skills profile, with strong abilities in some area contrasting with much weaker abilities in others. So saying that they basically min-max their abilities. Differences between the previously recognized disorders under the autism spectrum are greater for under-responsitivity. For example, walking into things, that sounds like me. And for over-responsitivity, for example, distress from loud noises, or for sensation.
I am an autistic man that works with autistic children, ABA. Every kid has such drastically different issues to address based of their routine.
Yeah, but then once again, that basically just mostly supports my belief of autistic means you're a weirdo, but in a non-specific way. Autism is the label that we give to people when we don't know what label to give them. That's what autism is. If all of these people can have all of these varying symptoms that are so wildly different, with no commonalities between any of them, then that's the best way of putting it. If you are an autist, if you do have autism, you have weirdo disorder. You're just different. You're just wonky. And I guess words like wonky and weird, they've got the value judgment, but I don't even mean it that way. I really don't mean it that way at all. No value judgment. That's why it's a spectrum, but the spectrum is so big, it's such a big spectrum that... Listen, in order for a thing to be categorized as a thing, it needs to have something in common with all the other thing in that category. That's what a category is. Otherwise, it's not really a category. Do you understand how the notion of autism itself flies in the face of what it means to even be a thing? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't know if anybody cares other than me. But I'm just saying. Don't call me wonky, call me a Gemini. Oh yeah. That thing that women believe in, horoscopes. I forgot about that. Is everybody of a certain kind of star sign autistic? Like all Geminis are autistic? Is that how that works? I'm sorry, lads. I'm sorry, lads. I don't believe in horoscopes. I don't. I'm gonna have to put my foot down harsh on that one. It's never gonna be for me. Where was I? Pathological demand avoidance can occur. People with this set of autistic symptoms are more likely to refuse to do what is asked or expected of them, even to activities they enjoy. Is that likely? Is that likely for me? So just being a contrarian? Autistic people are contrarians? That's kind of me, if I'm being honest. Unusual or atypical eating behavior occurs in about 3/4 of children with ASD to the extent that it was formerly a diagnostic indicator. Selectivity is the most common problem, although eating rituals and food refusal also occur. I'm not one to refuse food, because I am a big fatso. Possible causes. Exactly what causes autism remains unknown. It was long mostly presumed that there is a common cause at the genetic, cognitive, and neural levels for the social and non-social components of ASD symptoms, described as a triad in the classic autism criteria. But it's increasingly suspected that autism is instead a complex disorder whose core aspects have distinct causes that often co-occur. All right. Biological subgroups. Syndromic autism and non-syndromic autism. Autism spectrum disorder can be classified into two categories: syndromic autism and non-syndromic autism. Syndromic autism refers to cases where ASD is one of the characteristics associated with a broader medical condition or syndrome. Non-syndromic autism, also known as classic or idiopathic autism, represents the majority of cases, and its cause is typically polygenic and unknown. So that's just all a fancy way of saying 25% of people with autism also have something else. 75% don't. I don't know if it's necessary to make that specification. Disproven vaccine hypothesis, etiological hypothesis, evolutionary hypothesis. Research exploring the evolutionary benefits of autism and associated genes has suggested that autistic people may have played a unique role in technological spheres and understanding of natural systems. In the course of human development, it has been suggested that autism may have arisen as a slight trade-off for other traits that are seen as highly advantageous, providing advantages in tool-making and mechanical thinking, with speculation that the condition may reveal itself to be a result of a balanced polymorphism like sickle cell anemia. So, theory. Autism as an evolutionary advantage. What would be the evolutionary advantage to having autism? I can always see the advantage to wanting to stick to a schedule. And I can see the advantage to distrust change, because change can often be bad. 2016 paper examines Asperger syndrome as an alternative prosocial adaptive strategy that may have developed as a result of the emergence of collaborative morality in the context of small-scale hunter-gathering, i.e., where a positive social reputation for making a contribution to group well-being and survival becomes more important than complex social understanding. Okay, so the idea is humans might gain an advantage from being what we'll refer to as autism detail-oriented as opposed to socially oriented. Yeah? That's an interesting idea. Diagnosis of autism. Conditions correlated or comorbid to autism. Oh, this is look at this. This is interesting. How likely autism is in a graph, shown in a graph, to overlap with other conditions. So there's a little overlap between schizophrenia, seizures, ADHD, depression, anxiety, OCD, which is another thing I don't really understand, and motor disorder, which motor disorder, I'm not even sure what that is. But I'm guessing it's a disorder with your motor functions. Okay, let me look at that last one that I opened up. This one. Nope, not this one. Diagnosis of autism. The diagnosis of autism is based on a person's reported and directly observed behavior. There are no known biomarkers for autism spectrum conditions. So you cannot look at somebody's brain under a microscope and see autism. It does not work that way. That allow for a conclusive diagnosis. But imagine if it did work that way. Wouldn't that be so much simpler? You could figure out if somebody has autism with a blood test or something like that. There are several factors that make autism spectrum disorder difficult to diagnose. First off, there are no standardized imaging, molecular, or genetic tests that can be used to diagnose ADS, or ASD, excuse me. Additionally, there is a lot of variety in how ASD affects individuals. The behavioral manifestation of ASD depends on one's developmental stage, age of presentation, current support, and individual variability. Lastly, there are multiple conditions that may present similar to autism spectrum disorder, such as intellectual disability, hearing impairment, a specific language impairment, such as Landau-Kleffner syndrome, never heard of that, ADHD, have that, anxiety disorder, have that, and psychotic disorders. Furthermore, the presence of autism can make it harder to diagnose coexisting psychiatric disorders such as depression. Diagnosing will be much harder in adults since most people with ASD who reach adulthood undiagnosed learn diverse and often intense masking techniques. So, when I was a kid and I would flap my arms like a bird, and my mother would tell me not to do that, and eventually I did learn to stop doing it, what I was actually doing was I was masking. This is known as masking. But also, if having autism means that you have overlapping symptoms with people who have the condition of ADHD or anxiety, which I also do have, does that mean that most of the markers that suggest I have autism might just mean I have ADHD and anxiety, which I already know that I have? When I was a kid, I used to have to take ADHD medication. I took it for a little while, and then my mother took me off it because she said that it was putting me in a bad mood all the time. She told me that I would come home from school in a bad mood every day, and she said, "You are not allowed on that medication anymore. You are always grumpy now." Let's all flap your arms. No, nobody flap your arms. I think you can end stream now. No, we have videos to watch. We have educational videos that I'm going to look through. And also, I have to. I want to at least skim, give a cursory glance to the server where you guys were talking about your experiences with autism. Obviously, I can't read them all. DSM-5-TR criteria. The DSM-5-TR criteria lists 5 criteria with examples, which include 2 groups of criteria, the first 2. Persistent impairment in social Is this like the big 5 that they use? These are like the big ones. Persistent impairments in social communication and interaction, characterized by difficulties in social emotional exchange, nonverbal communication, and forming or understanding relationships. Here's the thing, though. I love your vids, man. Well, thank you. I love you as well. Mwah. Here's the thing, though. I spent most of my life being very, 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 very socially retarded. Incredibly socially inept. However, I always had a very rational explanation for it that I think was right. I think it was correct. Which was, socializing is like a muscle. You strengthen it by working it out. And I never strengthened it. I spent like my entire childhood completely alone. And now I'm spending most of my adulthood completely alone. But at some point in my late 20s, I was like, you know what? I am always so very, very bad at interacting with other human beings. Maybe what I need to do is I need to sit down and read about how to do it. And that's exactly what I did. I started reading books about it. I listened to some audiobooks about it. It's a topic, you know, socializing. It's a topic that people have been writing about for probably thousands of years. Definitely hundreds, if not thousands. And what I found out, you had a sister. How you was alone? Well, because me and my sister have literally nothing in common. And we are not friends at all. And she had other friends. She had friends at school. I didn't have friends at school when I was a kid. So I was basically like just spending all of my time alone. Just because you have a sibling doesn't mean you have a friend. Remember that. Your siblings are not always your friends. But in my late 20s, I decided to try to go out of my way to learn about socializing. And I realized socializing is a very simple set of rules that you can very easily apply to your life. It's a list of do's and don'ts. Do, look people in the eye. Do, smile. Do, shake their hand. Don't, be rude to them. Don't, say something that will insult them. These are lessons you have to learn the hard way. If you don't read a book. I learned about them the hard way as well, by just making mistakes with people. But also, even though I spent a lot of my...
You became smarter than your brain.
You became smarter than your brain? Yeah, it's a way to conceptualize it, I guess. If you were to ask me how I am at socializing now, I would say, well, now I'm pretty good at it. I don't really do it a whole lot, but I am pretty good at it. Can you grow out of autistic symptoms? Can you educate yourself out of autistic symptoms? Because by learning about socializing and also practicing it a little bit more, I did eventually get to the point where I feel confident doing it. But maybe if I was truly autistic, that would have never happened. Maybe if you're truly autistic, you can't learn to be good at socializing. It's just impossible for you. Because it all involves picking up on social cues that an autistic person might not be able to recognize. You can mask better, but then when it gets hard for you, it can all blow up in your face. Zora says that I'm just masking. I'm just masking my social ineptitude. I really don't feel like I'm socially inept anymore. I feel like those days are over for me. I feel confident talking to people now. I can do it. I can have a conversation with a person.
You might be interested in taking the Autism Spectrum Quotient Test online. A high score means likely autistic. But a psychologist makes the final call.
Spectrum Quotient Test. You know what? This stream is all about autism. We might as well add something else to it. A little autism test. Actually, you know what? I don't know which one of these it is, and I don't want to spend any time searching. Can one of my mods please find a good test and they can send it to me on Discord, and I can click the link so I don't have to sit here searching for it? If you guys aren't too busy. If it's not too much to ask. What was I about to say? Something, if you're a person who struggles with social interaction like I used to, don't really feel like I do anymore, not to brag, but if you're an intelligent person, I have a piece of advice for you. And this piece of advice has helped me a lot. And I think it could potentially help other people. This is a good piece of advice for people who, 1, are intelligent, and 2, have a hard time interacting socially, and it makes them anxious. It makes them nervous. They worry about doing it. If you're intelligent, interacting with other people socially is something that shouldn't scare you, because just remind yourself, in your head, remind yourself, the person that you're talking to is a lot dumber than you are. Why on earth would an intelligent person like you, and this is also good, this is also good advice for people who are like a little egotistical, which from my experience is everyone who's intelligent. If you're an intelligent person, you're probably a little egotistical. You're probably a little condescending about all the dummies in the world. And we are living in a world of dummies. But if you're intelligent and you worry about socializing, it makes you anxious, just remind yourself, I am so much smarter than this person. Why should I fear navigating a conversation with them? An intelligent person shouldn't fear navigating a conversation with an idiot. I could talk this person into anything. Joker prequel? No, this is helpful advice. I'm trying to give you guys helpful advice. Max, how do I deal with my gambling addiction? You might just have to go cold turkey on that. I don't know if there's any way I can help you other than telling you to go cold turkey. Let me check to see if I got thing. Let me check to see if I got thing. I have not yet received thing. They're about to send me. One of my mods is about to send me a link to a test that I can take. Restricted, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities. I liked Sonic the Hedgehog as a child. I still like Sonic the Hedgehog. That's never going to change. But also, Sonic the Hedgehog is great, and we like him. Symptoms must be evident early in development. If anything, I would say that the symptoms were more evident in my early development than they are now, because I don't do the flapping of the arms anymore. Don't do the flapping of the arms anymore. No longer am socially retarded. Symptoms cause significant impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of current functioning. The symptoms are not better explained by intellectual development disorder or global developmental delay. So they keep using this phrase, intellectual development disorder. Is that another umbrella term for like things like Down syndrome? Is that where Down syndrome lies? It's funny, when I was a kid, and this obviously wasn't true when I was a kid. It's just that when I was a kid, I wasn't paying attention. But when I was a kid, it was just, you were retarded or you weren't retarded. It was just that simple. You had retards and non-retards. But obviously, I was a kid in the 90s, so that wasn't actually true. That was just the world as far as I saw it when I was a child. Autism spectrum quotient. Who the test is designed for. Duration 5 to 10 minutes. That's not so bad. The autism spectrum quotient is a self-administered questionnaire. Why are they still messaging me? What are you guys saying? Oh, they're sending me multiple tests. Okay, I think this one is decent. There's some disclaimers about a couple outdated questions. Maybe ask chat if there's a preferred one. We don't have to go that far. Oh, and another one. It's fine. I already picked one. We already have one up. Self-administered questionnaire used to measure autistic traits in adults. That's me. Age 16 plus. That's me. I'm 16 plus. An IQ of at least low average, greater than 80. Okay, I think my IQ is like, I think it's over 120. I don't think it's like 140. I think that would be too high. I ain't a genius. I'm a little above average, but I ain't no fucking genius. Down here in the muck with the rest of you. Is required to take the test adequately. I am very confident that my IQ is at least over 80. I think if it's less than 80, you're a real mouth breather. You're a real dork. Take the test here. Let's do it. For each statement below, choose one response that best describes how strongly that statement applies to you. I prefer to do things with others rather than on my own. Slightly disagree. I prefer to do things the same way over and over again. I would definitely disagree with that. I love doing things differently all the time. I love trying new things. I just get worried about big changes in my life. But I would also say that I like trying new things. I like trying new foods. I like trying new hobbies. You know, I'm not a stranger to that shiz. If I try to imagine something, I find it very easy to create a picture in my mind. Definitely agree. I frequently get so strongly absorbed in one thing that I lose sight of other things. Slightly agree. I often notice small sounds, but others do not. I don't know if I have an answer for this one. I'll say slightly disagree. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember a lot of that happening. I usually notice car number plates or similar strings of information. Definitely disagree. I'm not looking at license plates on cars. Other people frequently tell me that what I've said is impolite. Even though I think it is polite.
I hate how so many people are self-diagnosing themselves with autism because they think it's cool and quirky.
Yeah. It seems like it's trendy. It seems like in the modern era, you know, not to get too up on my soapbox, it seems like in the modern era, everybody wants their diagnosis. You know what I mean? Does that ring true to anybody, or does that sound stupid? I really do feel like that's true. Because everybody wants to be unique, everybody wants to be quirky, everybody wants to be different. This is especially weird. It's especially strange that the word weird, people consider it to have negative connotations attached to it. People consider it to be insulting. When suggesting that somebody is normal...
Breaking news. Eggman takes test to confirm suspected autism before having a great fall. More at 11.
Why am I Eggman? Fuck off, you're Eggman, but thank you for the super chat. Calling somebody normal, implying that somebody is a normie, can also have negative connotations attached to it. Like, people don't want to be weird, but they also want to be different, which to me is very strange because weird just means different. Is it good or bad to be normal? Yes or no? Society needs to make up their mind about this. Is it good or bad to be normal? What do you guys think? Normal, good or bad? Weird, good or bad? I mean, I would have to say, if I were to throw my hat into the ring, if I were to offer my perspective, I would say it's better to be normal than it is to be weird. And I say this after a long life of being a weirdo myself. I often think to myself, if only I were normal, everything would be so much easier. I often find myself wishing I were normal. I have a sister, and she would probably feel insulted by me saying this, because to call somebody a normie is insulting, but she is so, like, honestly, a lot of my family, they're so much more normal than I am. My sister lives with a husband and children that she gave birth to. And she's raising those children as a mother in a family unit. And all of that seems 10 million miles away from my life and everything that I do. But she's happy.
It's honestly frustrating. I was diagnosed when I was 9, again at 21. Seeing people self-diagnose as a way to excuse shitty behavior are the worst.
I don't know if it's... I can think of one streamer that I watch, and I'm not going to say her name, but she's often talking about how she has autism, but she hasn't been diagnosed with it. And every time she goes down that road, I'm like, oh, you shouldn't say that. It's a bad idea to go around announcing something you haven't been diagnosed with. You want to give birth to children? No, I don't want to give birth to children. I'm just saying, my sister's life is infinitely more normal than mine, and she's way, way happier than I am. The reason people strive to be normal is because to be normal is to be the maximum amount of happy. There's nothing that will make you happier in this world than being normal. And the reason is because this world is set up to accommodate normal people. So the weirder you are, or the more outside of the norm that you are, the less likely you are to be compatible with our world and our society. That's all I'm saying. You are not doing the quiz? I know, relax a minute. Just going on a tangent. Here, I'll do some more questions. Other people frequently tell me what I've said is impolite, even though I think it is polite. Definitely agree. Definitely agree. This would explain all of the innumerous even, so many times that I can't even remember all of the times that this has happened. So many times in my life when I said something in the interest of being funny, I tried to say something with the interest of trying to get people to laugh, and people hated it. They despised it. So I would try to make a joke and it would blow up in my face because it was too offensive, or it just wasn't funny at all, or whatever. But this also goes back for as far as I can remember. All my life, I've wanted to be like the funny guy. I want to be the comedian. I want to be the guy who makes people laugh. Because sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can be funny, but also a lot of the time I'll say something in the interest of trying to be funny and it won't work at all. When I'm reading a story, I can easily imagine what the characters might look like. This is hard to say because I haven't read a book in so long, or I haven't read a fiction book in so long. I mostly read nonfiction now. I'll say slightly agree. I am fascinated by dates. What do they mean by dates? Like dates on a calendar? Like dates like me and a beautiful foxy feminina going to the movies and then out to dinner? Dates like the fruit? What do they mean by dates? In history? Okay, I'm definitely not interested in dates. Who gives a shit about dates? In a social group, I can easily keep track of several people's conversations. Slightly disagree. I find social situations easy. How do I answer this? The answer would have been no if I was a kid, and yes now. Do I answer this question as if I'm answering it in my unaltered state? Because the person that I was before I read all those books on socializing, that was my unaltered state, I guess. My unaltered state was I was very bad at socializing until I learned it. It was a learned skill for me. As you are now? Okay, well then... Slightly disagree, I guess. Slightly disagree. I tend to notice details that others do not. Slightly agree. I would rather go to a library than a party. I don't want to fucking go to either of those things. I'll say slightly disagree. If you put a gun to my head and told me to choose library or party, I would probably pick party. Because at a library, I would just be bored.
If you have to think about it more than 5 seconds, then I have some news for you, Max.
Okay. If I went to a party, I would probably feel overstimulated, but I wouldn't chalk that up to autism. I would chalk that up to being introverted. Are introverted and autistic synonyms? Do they mean similar things? Because that's another thing and honestly, it's another thing to write down. A lot of the symptoms, so this is just even making it even more nebulous than it already was. A lot of the symptoms of autism seem like symptoms of being introverted, or symptoms of ADHD, or symptoms of anxiety. It's all so fucking nebulous, my dude. It's so nebulous. And I hate that. I hate when things are nebulous. Because what is thing? How do we know what a thing is? A thing is a list of criteria. If you want to know if thing is thing or if thing is not thing, you check the criteria. And then you know if thing is thing. But with autism, that list of criteria is so big that it makes it hard to tell if thing is thing or if thing is not thing. I find making up stories easy. I would agree with that. I like making up stories. I find myself drawn more strongly to people than to things. Slightly disagree. I tend to have very strong interests, which I get upset about if I can't pursue. Slightly agree. I enjoy social chit-chat. Definitely disagree. Just because I've gotten better at socializing doesn't mean I like it. I still hate it. I get nothing out of it, and it's awful. When I talk, it isn't always easy for others to get a word in edgewise. I'll slightly disagree with that. When I talk to somebody, I greatly appreciate when they have a lot to say.
Welcome back. Hope the appointment well, and may the rest of the day and stream be relaxing.
Thank you. The appointment went okay. My doctor agreed to help me with the initial steps of my treatment, but there are a lot more steps to the treatment, and I'm worried that he's going to start to fight me on them. Because I'm going to be going back to him a lot. Because it's a long treatment process. What was I saying? When I have a conversation with somebody else, I love it when they are talkative and when they have a lot to say. Because it means that I don't have to talk as much. And it takes some of that responsibility off of me. I don't have to be the one who's doing all the talking. Because even though I have gotten better at conversation, I still do find I have that old problem that a lot of people have of, I honestly don't really feel like I have a lot to say a lot of the time, especially if we're talking about something that I don't care about. So if somebody is like, if I'm engaging in small talk with somebody and they're talking about their job and it's truly something I know nothing about and I'm not interested in, I'm not going to have a lot to say. And when I'm talking to a person who won't shut up, I'm like, that's great. Because I don't have anything to say anyway. I am fascinated by numbers. Definitely disagree. I hate numbers. Not a fan of numbers. When I'm reading a story, I find it difficult to work out the character's intentions. Definitely disagree. I don't particularly enjoy reading fiction. Yeah, but I also don't like reading at all. I'm not a reader. So I'll slightly agree. I find it hard to make new friends. Definitely agree. I notice patterns and things all the time. Slightly agree. I would rather go to the theater than a museum. I mean, I would probably enjoy both. Slightly agree. It does not upset me. It does not upset me if my daily routine is disturbed. Definitely agree. I frequently find that I don't know how to keep a conversation going. Definitely agree. I find it easy to read between the lines when someone is talking to me. Slightly agree. I usually concentrate more on the whole picture rather than the small details. Slightly disagree? Or slightly agree. Some of these I wish I could split the difference perfectly. I am not very good at remembering phone numbers. I cannot remember the last time when I was tasked with memorizing a phone number. We don't do that anymore. We haven't done that in almost 20 years now. Nobody is memorizing phone numbers anymore. But agree. I don't usually notice small changes in a situation or a person's appearance. Slightly disagree. I know how to tell if someone listening to me is getting bored. Slightly agree. I find it easy to do more than one thing at once. I feel like I'm always doing more than one thing at once. If I have to fold clothes, or if I have to cook dinner, I always have like the TV on in the background or whatever. Slightly agree. When I talk on the phone, I'm not sure when it's my turn to speak. This is probably always a problem that I've had, is not knowing when to pipe up because you don't know when the other person has completed their thought or not. But once again, I feel like this isn't a problem that I would chalk up to autism. It's a problem that I would chalk up to just like humans being inherently confusing. We don't really have a way in conversations to know when somebody has completed their thought. I guess I'll give that a slightly agree. I enjoy doing things spontaneously. Slightly agree. I am often the last to understand the point of a joke. Definitely disagree. I find it easy to work out what someone is thinking or feeling just by looking at their face. Slightly agree. If there's an interruption, I can switch back to what I was doing very quickly. Slightly disagree. I am good at social chit-chat. I would agree, even though I don't like it. I think earlier it asked me if I like it. I don't like it, but I can do it. People often tell me that I keep going on and on about the same thing. Well, but what's there to talk about? What do you want? What the fuck do you want from me? What do you want me to talk about? I'm going to say slightly disagree, because I would probably shut up before that happens. Because I've lived long enough to know that most people just want you to shut the fuck up. When I was young, I used to enjoy playing games involving Sonic the Hedgehog. No, that's not what it says. When I was young, I used to enjoy playing games involving pretending with other children. Isn't that all children, though? I wish it had just asked me about Sonic. Isn't that all children? That's all children. Slightly agree. I don't know if I did it to an extreme degree. I don't know if I did it more than other children. I remember playing pretend as a kid, though. I like to collect information about categories of things. Slightly agree? I'm not sure what it means by that. I find it difficult to imagine what it would be like to be someone else. Slightly disagree. I like to plan. I feel like that one's just empathy. That one's just a part of growing up. It's something you don't bother to do as a child. But when you hit 25 and your adult values start to form, you realize, I need to start putting myself in other people's shoes more often. I need to make more of an effort to understand what other people are going through. I like to plan any activities I participate in carefully. Slightly agree. I enjoy social occasions. Definitely disagree. I find it difficult to work out people's intentions. Slightly disagree. I've also kind of just reached the point where I'm suspicious of everyone. I think everybody is always up to something, because from my experience, everybody is always up to something. If you're nice to me, that's highly suspect. You should not be being nice to me. Nobody is nice. Let's get that squared away right now. Nobody is nice just for being nice, okay? That's not real. People don't do that. If you're nice to me, what the fuck do you want? What are you after? And people's intentions are usually just, like, something self-serving. One or another self-serving thing. I am nice to you sometimes. Fuck off, Zora. You are not. You are always a spoiled brat. Your intentions, Zora, are usually to annoy me and to make me annoyed. To be the Spongebob to my Squidward. That's what you're always after. New situations make me anxious. Slightly agree, but also that's everybody. I enjoy meeting new people. Definitely disagree. I am a good diplomat. Definitely agree. I believe that being diplomatic is very important. Being diplomatic is how you coexist with the rest of society in the most peaceful way that you can. If you are not diplomatic, it will only create trouble for you and the rest of society. I am not very good at remembering people's dates of birth. Definitely agree. I find it very easy to play games with children that involve pretending. Definitely agree. You guys ready for me to calculate my score? I, for one, would be nice just because I like you. I don't buy it. I don't buy it, pal. You're up to something. What are you after? Everybody's after something in this world. You gotta know everybody's after something. Everybody's after something. Here we go. Total 21. What does that mean? I can download a PDF. What does my score mean? Here's what my score means. The AQ doesn't really offer much insight into specific autistic traits, as it only outputs a single score. Any scores of 26 or greater indicate the presence of autistic traits. All right. Well, I only got 21. The higher the score, the more autistic traits you have. Fuck yeah, not autistic. Furthermore, 79.3% of autistic people score 32 or higher, whereas only 2% of controls do. So scores of 32 and above are particularly significant. The AQ is particularly sensitive in distinguishing between autistic and non-autistic adult females, as 92.3% of autistic females scored 32 or higher compared to 1% for the control group. And how does that differ compared to men? Do note that no single test is conclusive, and not every autistic person necessarily scores above the defined threshold on each test. If you score low on the AQ but still think you could be autistic, try taking a few other autism tests if you really want the result that you're going for. What do you mean I don't have autism? Can't you see I wanted it? Well, just keep taking more tests. You'll get it eventually. Oh my God. It's like I said, it's a combination of people want to be different. Nobody wants to be a normie. They want to be unique. They want to be the special snowflake. They want to be the unique butterfly. And I also think there's another factor that goes into it when people do the self-diagnosis, which as we've discussed is a bad idea. And the other factor that goes into it is if you've engaged in a lot of bullshit behavior over the course of your life, which we all have, I certainly know I have. If you've done things you're not proud of, if you have guilt in your soul, guilt in your conscience, especially if those acts of bullshit behavior are like social faux pas, you want an explanation for those social faux pas that goes beyond just your failures as a human being. You want something that you can blame those mistakes on. And autism can be that thing. Do not talk about guilt. Now I'm sad. Why? Zora, are you guilty? Zora, are you guilty? Do you have guilt? Do you feel shame about what you've done in the past? I would suggest not beating yourself up over it too much. Everybody has things they regret doing. It's no big deal. Stop sweating the small stuff. But according to this test, it seems I am less autistic. Of course, one thing to take into account is I was answering based on how I exist right now after hypothetically, if I did have autism, after I've done all the masking, which is when you unlearn your autistic traits. What is the autism spectrum from SciShow? I think one of these is like 40 minutes long, and we've been going for quite a bit. So I don't know if we need to watch the one that's 40 minutes, but I did want to watch at least a couple of these. The history of autism. God, it sucks. This is the one that would be the most interesting, and this is the one that's 43 minutes. Maybe we can end the stream with that, and I won't play Fear and Hunger today. More Fear and Hunger. On Monday, maybe. What is autism truly about? World Autism Awareness Week 2020. Family Guy, specific store. This is just a clip of Family Guy that I was watching earlier. This has nothing to do with autism. This is just a clip from Family Guy I was watching. All right, this video is 9 minutes. That's not too bad. This one is 43 minutes. Ask an autistic, what is autism? Well, this is straight from the horse's mouth. It's funny. It's funny that a lot of autism apparently has to do with your ability to make small talk. There's a Family Guy joke that I really like, where Joe, the wheelchair cop, wheelchair police officer, that character, he's in a class on how to make small talk. He's in the class and he's talking to a woman, and there's also a teacher there, and he says to the woman, "Boy, it sure is cloudy today." And the teacher says, "That was good, Joe, but maybe you should respond to the fact that she just told you that her son died." And Joe says, "Oh, all right. I'm sorry that your son died on such a cloudy day." I think that's one of my, that could be one of my stims. I love that joke. I love that joke a lot. It's a great joke. "I'm sorry your son died on such a cloudy day. I'm the wheelchair cop from Family Guy." Okay, ask an autistic. What is autism? This is ask an autistic number 23. So this woman did 22 of these before somebody thought to ask what autism is. And let's hope it's not too loud.
For so long. Hi everyone, I'm Amethyst, and this is the much anticipated episode of Ask an Autistic. What is autism?
Her name is Amethyst. From Steven Universe. The Steven Universe character. It should be Ask an Autist. Well, she didn't want to do that. She doesn't want to be known as an autist. She just wants to be known as an autistic, which is fine. She can choose how people refer to her. That's okay. It's just a little weird that she got all the way to 23 of these before somebody thought to ask, by the way, what is autism?
Now, this is an absolutely massive topic, and I've actually been writing this video a little bit because how do I do it justice in roughly 10 minutes? But you all have been waiting so patiently, and so I'm just going to go for it. Autism is a pervasive neurological developmental condition that affects about 1% of human beings. To unpack that a little bit,
1%? That's huge. 1% of human beings? I would have thought it's way, way more than that. 1% of people. So 99% of people don't have autism. 99. That's huge. Why did I not learn that earlier? That's it? That's crazy. If those are the odds, then I'm going to assume I don't have autism. 1%. That's nothing. That's truly nothing.
Pervasive means that autism affects pretty much every part of a person. Their personality, their experiences, their memories, how they grow up, how they communicate, and how they think and move. Basically, pervasive means that autism isn't something that just affects one part of a person. It's not something extra a person has tacked onto them, and it's also not something small that can be overlooked. Neurological indicates that autism has to do with the brain. Being autistic means that your brain functions differently. The structure of the brain may be different than non-autistic people's brains, and the different areas of the brain and how they talk to each other and work together may be different as well. Developmental indicates that autism begins before birth. When a little fetus is developed...
When a little fetus... You're a little fetus. Autism... Okay, so... that does contradict something that I learned earlier. My theory was that you're not born with autism, but it develops in your earliest years. But she's saying that's not true. Babies are born with autism. Babies are born with autism. But you just can't tell because they're babies. So they have no behavioral traits beyond just being a baby.
Developing. It's either going to be neurotypical or neuroatypical. It's going to be autistic or allistic. And all that is determined very early. So autistic people are born autistic. Autism isn't something that can happen to you. It's not something you can catch. And contrary to what some would have you believe, it's not the result of things like heavy metal poisoning. And
but how do we know this? If it is true that you're born with autism and you can't develop it later, then that means that, well, I would say that it means that we know for a fact that vaccines don't cause autism, but I guess we already knew that from all the studies that we did regarding that issue. But how do we know that babies do or don't have autism? How do we know that babies are born with autism? We can't give them the same kind of diagnostic test that we would give a child or an adult. I guess I just have, and also there's no markers on the body, but I guess I just have to trust that authority found a way to figure it out. You gotta trust authority, guys.
Autism is not caused by vaccines. This isn't even something I will discuss because it's not a discussion. They just don't. Basically,
okay, I didn't believe it anyway. You don't have to convince me.
At what causes autism. But the truth is that autism is a naturally occurring variation in the human brain. And there have always been autistic people. It's just that we didn't recognize them as autistic. Autism isn't a disease.
Just called them idiots and clobbered them over the head with a frying pan.
It's not something that you can catch or transmit. And it's not an illness.
It is so weird that like there was like a few years, there was like maybe a 2 to 3 year period before we did all the research that was necessary to be able to definitively say that vaccines do not cause autism. And because it was up in the air for like maybe 2 to 3 years, now people are like more conspiratorial minded people are damned to believing that for the rest of all history. You still hear people saying that today. That is not going away. It'll never go away. Frankly, it's unfortunate, but what can you do?
Autism isn't something that you can fix or cure. Autistic people are like people with Down syndrome. We are born autistic, and we'll live our lives autistic. And hopefully, with the help of our family and our friends and our loved ones, we can grow up into happy, healthy autistic people. Many autistic children will follow a different developmental trajectory than non-autistic children. Autistic people tend to do things at our own pace.
She's cute.
An
I like her.
autistic child may speak at 3 or 5 or 10, and of course some autistic
10? Yeesh. I think I learned to speak at a normal interval. I think it was probably like, I don't know, when do people learn their first words? When it's like when they're in their early 2s or late 1s, something like that?
people will never speak with their mouth parts. But that doesn't mean that they won't hit other milestones or that they're not going to develop. Autistic children have just as much capacity for growth and development and learning as non-autistic children do. It's just that
autistic people can do anything that you can do. It just takes them a little bit longer.
Shut up, Max.
Because
Max, shut
we think
up.
differently, and we see the world differently. We take in sensory input and process it differently. Our brains are different, and so we are going to grow and develop and learn differently. All autistic people are different, but there are some things that all autistic people share in common.
Yeah, like what? Like what? Who boy, let me tell you, this better be good, because I've been told there aren't things they have in common. So who boy, let me tell you, this better be good. This better be good. This better be good, lady.
Often have distinct or atypical ways of processing information.
Distinct, atypical ways of processing information?
The way we look at the world, perceive it, process what we're seeing, and then think about that information is different than in non-autistic people.
What is the difference? Can you describe this difference? Unless I know what it is, then I feel like you're saying a whole lot of nothing.
Autistic people often have different abilities or capacities for language. Some autistic people report that they don't naturally think in language. They may think in visuals or in abstract feelings or in just not words. And so using...
I wrote down, this better be good, and you didn't give me anything good. But what? You know what? Whatever, I'll let it go.
Words, using spoken or written language, isn't first nature for a lot of autistic people. And so that requires this constant translation, because our society is very much based in spoken language. All autistic people will have atypical sensory experiences. Autistic people may be over or undersensitive to sensory input from their environment or within themselves. Some autistic people are both over and undersensitive to sensory input at the same time. Autism also affects the way that a person moves. Many autistic people have motor dyspraxia, which is where the...
Do you ever feel like you just eventually get tired talking to so many people at a party and you just go to a corner and chill out for a bit? Yeah, I understand that. I've often been that person. But once again, that's not something that I would chalk up to autism. It's something that I would chalk up to being introverted. Or maybe it's just possible to like just not like people. I've never been a people person. And I mean, really, I only recently realized that about myself, that I'm not a people person. I don't like people very much. And I honestly wish I had realized it earlier, because I spent a lot of my life trying to force it. But where does introverted end and autism begin? Who even knows? But Max, you are a person. Yeah, don't remind me. I wish I wasn't.
The brain knows what it wants to do, but there's a kind of disconnect between the brain and the body. And so this can result in clumsiness or issues with fine motor control. Things like tying your shoelaces or writing by hand. And some autistic people find that they have trouble with gross motor control. Things like riding a bicycle or keeping their balance or kicking a soccer ball. Autistic people also do something called stimming.
Is it bad form to say that you notice somebody's autism? Would that, if you notice somebody's autism, would that make them self-conscious? Or is that like just to be expected? That's just like unavoidable. There's no way of avoiding that. Because I've been listening to this woman talk for 4 minutes and 57 seconds. And first of all, she's very nice. She seems like a very nice person. She seems very intelligent. You know, she doesn't seem like somebody that I wouldn't want to be friends with. I might be friends with a person like this. But also I can kind of see it. But maybe that's just in my imagination? I feel like I'm picking up on the autism. I feel like my autism radar is going off. But maybe maybe that's only happening psychosomatically. I probably wouldn't tell her. I wouldn't tell somebody that, obviously. Because it would probably just make them self-conscious.
Stimming. Stimming is also known as self-stimulation or stereotyped or repetitive behavior.
Hello, Max. There's a clip of Peter Griffin reacting to a low on the spectrum autistic lady. Can you please watch the clip? Also, a good way to gauge if you're autistic is how you handle parties.
How could that be a gauge of anything, though? Peter Griffin notices autistic lady? Is that what you want me to search up? How could that be a signifier of anything? Once again, right back to the initial question that I always have. How do we delineate between people who have autistic traits because they're autistic and people who have autistic traits because autistic traits are just very common? You might just be a person who doesn't like parties. Peter meets an autistic lady.
I was very brave when the doctor gave me that shot, wasn't I, Lois?
Yes, Peter, you were very brave.
Even when I knew that he was going to give me the shot, I just kept looking at him in the eye and talking to him about my summer plans.
You did.
Peter has autism. Listen to the way he talks. This is the autist right here. This guy.
Very good.
He's
See,
talking
Peter,
like a
it wasn't
5-year-old.
So bad.
I mean, I know that's a bit. They do a lot. That's a gag. Is that Peter has the intelligence of a child. But whatever.
For having to sit next to that screaming autistic lady in the waiting room. I don't know what you want. I don't know how to help.
That's not funny. There's nothing funny about that. Don't be ridiculous. I would never laugh at that. And the people on Fox who put this on the air should feel ashamed of themselves. Don't be absurd. Let's go
Different
back to
ways
this
to
lady.
stim as there are autistic people. But some
She's talking about
common
stimming.
include hand flapping, often when excited or
That's not what
agitated,
she just did here?
or repetitive behaviors.
Her hand flapping?
Include hand flapping,
That's not the way that I did it when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I would flap my arms up and down like a bird. That's the way that I used to do it. And I would basically just do it whenever I got, well, I guess whenever I got overstimulated. Whenever I got too excited, I would flap my arms. Pedantic? Oh, yeah, maybe.
often when excited or agitated, rocking back and forth or side to side, if that's more your thing.
I've never done the rocking. I've never done the rocking. I'm too lazy for the rocking. I'm too tired. Also, I feel like that's something that you might do if you were autistic and had too much energy. Like if I saw somebody rocking back and forth, I would be like, why don't you go outside and go for a jog? Go run around the track. Go run around the high school track for a few laps. You have too much energy. You got to burn that energy off.
A common stim is finger flicking. A lot of people will wring their hands or twirl their hair. Some chewing or biting on clothing.
Twirling your
Hilarious
hair.
miserable story from Chris Only Plays is on Sleepy Cabin, the last episode. It's been a long ride.
Thanks. I'll look into it. I don't think I've ever listened to Sleepy Cabin. Twirling your hair. That's what like women do to look cute. They do that when they want like a guy to see to look and be like, oh, that's ooh, like sexy lady over there twirling her hair. Ooh, look at the way she twirls her hair. That's nothing. That's truly nothing.
Objects is a common stim, and also visually stimming by flicking your fingers in front of your face or using an object. And there are ways to vocally stim as well, like repeating a favorite word or humming or singing. Stimming is one of the most obviously autistic behaviors. And by that I mean...
There's a Family Guy cutaway clip where Peter tests to see if Chris has autism. Family Guy Chris autism test. Family Guy best moments. Is Chris autistic?
Not even locked. And all the booze is still in there.
Come on, guys. This is trespassing and it's against the law. Maybe we should just let the clam go and...
I think I know what's going to happen. He's going to pop a balloon behind Chris to see how he reacts.
I don't know. Spend more time with our families.
Yeah, I tried that. I just spent most of the time testing Chris to see if he's autistic.
All right. Hey, there's my stream. I'm streaming right now. Yeah, I mean it's a test for something, all right. Once again, everybody hates loud noises. Nobody likes loud noises.
Autism is kind of an invisible disability in that there are no physical markers of autism, and autistic people don't all share physical traits. But when an autistic person starts stimming, starts moving in a way that is naturally autistic or obviously disabled, that invisible disability becomes visible. A lot of autistic people will prevent themselves from stimming or from moving in the way that is most natural and comfortable for them because they don't want to be perceived as weird. And we live in a very ableist society where disability is considered kind of shameful and
You
bad.
can stop rocking
Some
back
autistic
and forth.
people,
It won't kill you. Come on.
Aslan says it's about 2 in 10 autistic people
I don't know. Maybe it will
never speak
kill
with
you.
their mouth
I have no
parts.
idea.
And by that I mean they may be able to communicate via alternative methods of communication, but they'll never actually speak with their mouth. Of course, this is not the same as not having anything to say. Through use of methods of AAC, like text-to-speech apps, or the rapid prompting method, or pointing to a letterboard or sign language, autistic people who are nonverbal, who can't speak with their mouth, are able to communicate. This allows autistic people who have verbal apraxia, which is like motor dyspraxia, but a disconnect between the brain and the mouth specifically, to advocate for themselves and to talk to people around them and to say what they think and feel and what they want.
So there are people who are so autistic they can't even talk. That must be like really, really advanced autism. The most autistic person I can think of is Chris Chan, and Chris Chan can talk just fine. Even though a lot of what he says is true nonsense. Nonsense or crazy. It's hard to tell with Chris Chan because Chris Chan is also really, really crazy. I don't think autism is all that's wrong with Chris Chan. I think something else is going on. Well, I guess he got tortured into being crazy by the internet. It really wasn't fair to him. It's almost a very tragic tale what's happened. But whatever. This isn't a Chris Chan-centric stream.
Just to communicate, which really is a basic human right that everybody should have the opportunity to do. Many autistic people will have comorbid conditions in which they're autistic.
Someone said Chris Chan is nowhere near severe autism. I'm sorry. Did you miss the part where he fucked his mom? You must be wild.
They also have another or multiple other mental illnesses or neurological conditions or whatever else going on. I'm autistic and I'm also synesthetic, meaning that I have
Let's not use
synesthesia.
Chris Chan as an example.
And I also
Yes,
have OCD,
Chris Chan should not be the poster child of autism. Autistic people can be way, way, way more normal than Chris Chan. Every autistic person that I've ever known is way more normal than him. By a wide margin. Or her, excuse me. I always forget.
or obsessive
Chris Chan is
compulsive
trans
disorder,
now.
which is a mental illness. Autism is a different kind of brain. It's a different kind of brain wiring, but it's also a disability. This is because the autistic neurotype is often accompanied by impairments, like impairments in executive functioning, which is the ability to start a task and then to continue on
I
that
work with a
task
nonverbal
to keep
autistic
all the
child at
steps
my
straight in
ABA
your-
job. Also constantly bites himself as a STEM.
Oh, that's
My
bad.
other client is fully verbal. It's a spectrum.
I understand it being more severe. I understand it being more severe in some people than others. It's the fact that the symptoms themselves are more nebulous that throws me for a loop. And it's also, I guess it's also why I think that it has to be pretty advanced in Chris Chan. And Chris Chan would always say, I have high-functioning autism. But I also think, well, if that's true, I don't think you would have fucked your mom then. I'm sorry, I just don't... I think that fucking your mom is something that you probably only would have done if you were a very, 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 very suggestible person. I think that somebody who's closer to being normal wouldn't have been able to have been talked into that so easily. Chris Chan is in the middle, TBH? I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about autism to make that claim about Chris Chan. And once again, I'm sorry to everyone who's autistic who's listening that hates when Chris Chan is brought up as an example for autism. But it's either that or... What names did we give? It's either that or Elon Musk or Albert Einstein or Dan Aykroyd. Let's finish up this video.
And then to follow through and complete the task. And so multi-step processes or tasks can be difficult for autistic people. Some autistic people have trouble communicating with non-autistic people. Due to differences in information and sensory processing, things like tone of voice or sarcasm or sarcastic joking can really throw us off. A lot of autistic people will...
See, so I'm not... when people don't understand my humor, I'm not autistic. Everybody else is autistic. That's the way that works. If you don't understand that what I said was a joke, you're the autistic one. Remember that.
Now you're real for bringing up Chris Chan.
I mean, I almost can't not do it. I can't not bring up Chris Chan. But it really truly is a bad thing that when we think of autism, we think of Chris Chan. Because, like I said, so many people with autism are infinitely better people than Chris Chan has ever been. Because in addition to Chris Chan having autism, he's also crazy and she's also crazy and awful. I don't think I need to elaborate on why. Anyway.
Avoid eye contact for sensory reasons.
We don't
or
generalize
because
here.
it's
We don't
harder
paint
to
with a broad
process
brush.
information while maintaining eye contact. And a lot of autistic people will have difficulty with facial expressions, which actually have a lot of information in them all at once. And facial expressions and microfacial expressions can change very quickly. And so it can be difficult to keep up while also keeping up with all the other sensory input and information in the environment. Difficulty in communication isn't true in the same ways for all autistic people.
Chris Chan, by the way, is a fan of Goofball, the goofy cartoon ghost. Chris Chan has tweeted at me about Goofball on several occasions. Chris Chan is a big Goofball fan. I don't know why. Just throwing that out there.
Some autistic people will have trouble with eye contact, and some don't. Some autistic people have trouble detecting sarcasm, and others don't. But all autistic people will have some kind of
big hairy
communication
dicks,
or language differences.
and some don't.
Motor dyspraxia and issues with fine motor control are also considered an impairment. And sensory
Some
integration
autistic people have
differences
big hairy
or
dicks,
sensory
and some
processing
don't.
disorder can be very debilitating in a society that is very loud
It's
and
not
very
even
fast
funny.
and very bright, and that is built for people with typical sensory
Nothing clever about that at
experiences,
all.
and thus doesn't accommodate people with sensory processing disorder or different sensory integration experiences. It's tough being autistic in a world that's built for non-autistic people. But that's what accommodations are for. What accommodations do is level the playing field for people with disabilities. Because when you're disabled, when you have impairment,
I used to not understand sarcasm. Yeah, I used to not understand sarcasm at all. I didn't even understand sarcasm a little bit.
you don't have the same opportunities as non-disabled people. But accommodations can change that. Accommodations for autistic people can look like providing access to alternative and augmentative methods of communication, or AAC. Accommodation for autistic people can look like being understanding and accepting of the fact that autistic people have different sensory integration and needs than you do. And so being accepting of
Max and Chris Chan are secretly friends, and they meet up occasionally to play Sonic and watch Oni plays. And come up with YouTube video ideas like this one. You know, I don't know if I've ever discussed this publicly before, but there are a lot of parallels between Chris Chan's life and my own life. And it's almost as if we're kind of like Solid Snake and Liquid Snake. We're two sides of the same coin. I have noticed that before. Max is a high-functioning Chris Chan. Yeah, pretty much. The love of Sonic, the social ineptitude, being big, fat, obese lummoxes. You know, it's a long list. I would like to think I've done a little better than Chris Chan has. I haven't fucked my mother yet.
Hey Max, unrelated, but what do you use for your brain dump animations? Are the mouths rigged in Blender or hand-drawn? It's such a cool 2D and 3D mix.
The mouths are done in Adobe Animate. Character animation and environments are done in Autodesk Maya, and then I add the mouths in Adobe Animate.
the ways that autistic people
Which
will
used to be called
accommodate their
Flash,
sensory
no longer
needs,
called Flash.
like
Not called that
wearing
anymore.
sunglasses indoors, or wearing ear protection against loud noises, or stimming to deal with negative sensory input. Being accepting of
I'm
that,
stimming so hard
of
right
the
now.
ways that we cope.
Guys,
And
look, this is
also
my stimming.
making an effort to make the
Rocking
environment
back
more
and
friendly
forth.
to autistic people are great ways to accommodate autistic people. Like people with other kinds of disabilities, autistic people deserve the same rights and opportunities that non-disabled neurotypical people get. Autistic people deserve to access the same level of education and the same employment opportunities as everyone else. No matter what an autistic person's impairments or challenges are, they're going to have strengths as well, because we're human. We're very complex that way. The thing to do for autistic people is to keep in mind that we're people. The ways that we move and think and communicate and express ourselves are different. They may look different than how you would do those things, but that doesn't mean they're invalid. The autistic way of being, the autistic experience, is not wrong, it's just different. All autistic people deserve the same rights and respect and societal inclusion that non-autistic people do. Whether
Oh
or
man,
not
we
they
can't
can
we
pass
can't
well
wrangle
as
them all up and
non-autistic,
put them on a farm out of sight, out of mind somewhere? You're telling me we can't do that? You're telling me we can't wrangle up all the autistics and throw them in a meat grinder? Oh, man, that was my one big hope.
If they seem almost normal to you, whether or not they move or communicate differently than you do, and whether or not they can speak with their mouth parts.
In conclusion,
like I've said, every autistic person is different, and autism itself is a very complex condition. So really, in this video, I was just able to scratch the surface, and just that. So if you're interested in learning more about autism, I'm going to link to some awesome resources in the video description, so please do check those out. And I'll also be linking to my blog and my Facebook page and my Twitter, where I tweet and post and blog about all things autism and disability related.
good job, Amethyst. Yeah, let's give it up for Amethyst, everybody. Somebody just said Illy Animation has a video about when she I think this is somebody I've heard of. She has a video of when she realized she had autism. Times I should have realized I was autistic. Dating when you're autistic. Panic attacks. Why I got an abortion. With quotation marks. What is an abortion with quotation marks? What? What are you talking about? What is an abortion with quotation marks? A quote-unquote abortion. What? What are you saying? This is the story of how I found out I had 1, then 2 fast-growing lumps in my uterus, and why getting them removed would be ... Okay, I would not call that an abortion. That is not an abortion. Oh. Why I got a quote-unquote abortion. Times I should have realized I was autistic. Alright, let's check this out.
About a year ago, I was diagnosed with ADHD, also known
I have
as
that.
awesome disorder. Hot dog.
That's not
no,
what it is.
Stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactive Disorder. Yeah, I know. However, since I've begun to tame my ADHD, I noticed there's still something different about how I interact with the world. And I've always felt that something
And then I
ever
realized
since
I
I
was
a kid.
actually
And
extremely
looking back on it
racist.
now, I think that something is autism.
Is racism an autistic trait? If you're racist, you're more likely to be autistic. I don't know where I'm going with this train of thought. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything.
Autism, or autism spectrum disorder, is a developmental disorder that impacts the nervous
Never
system
mind.
and impairs the ability to communicate and interact. At least that's the, definition. Quick disclaimer. As you watch this video and learn about my specific symptoms, keep in mind that, yeah, you could be somewhere on the spectrum too.
Nuh-uh.
But please also understand that
Not
these
me.
symptoms are a lot
Even though
like
I got a 10 and
ingredients to
SpongeBob got a
recipe.
2, not
So
me.
just because you've got some tomatoes and boiling water doesn't necessarily mean your brain's making spaghetti. It could be making ravioli or lasagna or any other pasta. Wait, and if you took this metaphor literally, you might be autistic. So,
I didn't. I knew it was a
growing
metaphor.
up, I hated doing the dishes because of the smells and sounds and slimes. I was
SpongeBob
obsessed
mentioned,
with-
you know what? Honestly, this is kind of interesting, but I found this out literally today as I was making the thumbnail. If you just search the word SpongeBob on Google. Oh, wait, it's not there anymore. What if I refresh? In this spot right here, when I searched earlier today, in this spot right here was a face that was drawn by me in the episode that I helped storyboard. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. If you search the word SpongeBob, the first thing that pops up is an image that I drew. But apparently it's not there. So it's not there every time you search. But now I'm just getting this one. Maybe they changed the thumbnail? Oh, why would they do that? I was so proud of myself. Whatever. I'm still going to tweet it out. I took a screenshot and I'm going to tweet it out as if it's true anyway. Who gives a shit? In fact, I'll show. I can just show the screenshot. This is what I found when I was looking for an image of SpongeBob earlier today. That face right there. This was one of the first faces I saw. I drew that. I drew that face. It was drawn by me. I remember drawing it. SpongeBob, I drew that face for you. Remember, Squidward, service with a smile. He's saying service with a smile here. It was drawn by me, you guys. I drew that. Me!
Everything having to do with cats and would often dominate conversations just to talk about my interests. I found maintaining eye contact to be very unnatural and uncomfortable, and
Because
I'd
it
cry
is,
at the
though.
sound of automatic flushing toilets. And honestly, I still find the sound very overwhelming.
Wait, let me listen. Let me
Yay.
listen. Let me listen to
Just
these one
because
more
you've
time.
got some tomatoes. Literally, was obsessed with everything having to do doing the dishes because of the smells and might be autistic. So,
And I'm gonna. She's gonna list. She's gonna list these off. I'm gonna ask if they're true about myself as well. More diagnostic criteria.
I hated doing the dishes because of the smells and sounds and slimes. I was obsessed
It's amazing
with
that you're
everything
going
having
up in the world. Well, I mean, this was several years ago. This wasn't recently or anything. They put that Sandy Cheeks movie up on Netflix, the one that was leaked earlier this year, and within days of the Sandy Cheeks movie going up, the Plankton movie leaked. I watched the Plankton movie last night. They cannot keep those SpongeBob movies from fucking leaking. It's crazy. I don't know what their problem is. Okay, so she said she didn't like washing the dishes because she didn't like the sensation and the smells. I do hate washing the dishes. But it's not because I don't like the smells or the sensation. It's because I always splash water on my crotch and then I have to walk around with a cold, wet crotch for the rest of the day. Was the Plankton movie any good? I think it's probably better than the Sandy Cheeks movie. It also didn't necessarily blow me away. It has a few songs in it that I really like. And I've even had one stuck in my head, the one that goes boo-doo-doo-doo, P-L-A-N-K-T-O-N, boo-doo-doo-doo, P-L-A-N-K-T-O-N, boo-doo-doo-doo. That song's a banger. I like that one. I won't say that I hated watching it, but I also feel like SpongeBob, I mean, I could talk about SpongeBob for hours. I'm so autistic about SpongeBob. It's almost as if SpongeBob is one of my hyperfixations. But, when I was a kid, SpongeBob, the characters used to feel a lot more intelligent than they are now, and they would have, like, normal conversations where they just talk to each other, and it felt, the show was very goofy and very campy, and it had a lot of slapstick, but it also, in other respects, Wolfo, go away. Go away, you're leaving, bye. In other respects, the characters felt very down to earth, they felt, like, real. Whereas nowadays, they mostly just hit each other, and are always screaming and crying and yelling and running around. And they don't seem quite as intelligent as they used to be. And I'm realizing that that's never going to change. The characters are never going to go back to the way that they used to talk. They're never going to have conversations again. And to me, that is kind of a bummer. I don't think they would want to go back to the way that it used to be when the show was a little more mellow. It was a little more cozy. And so whenever you watch a new SpongeBob movie in this day and age, you kind of know what you're getting into. There's going to be a lot of screaming and running around. That's just what it is now. Wolfo, for fuck's sake, go away. Don't just sit in that one spot because I don't want you in that one spot. You can sit literally anywhere else. All right, I also hate washing the dishes, like this girl. But not for the reasons that she listed.
To do with cats and would often dominate conversations just to talk about my interests. I found...
Why was that number 3? Hang on, one more time.
Wait, and if you took this metaphor literally, you might be autistic.
Okay,
So,
that one,
growing up,
that's number 1. I did not take the metaphor literally, not autistic.
I hated doing the dishes because
Hates
of the
doing the
smells and
dishes.
sounds and slimes. I was obsessed
I also hate the slime when you're washing the dishes.
with everything having to do with cats and would often dominate conversations just to talk about my interests. I found...
Do I dominate conversations to talk about my interests? I would say no. I don't think I do that.
maintaining eye contact to be very unnatural and uncomfortable.
I
And
dislike
I'd cry
eye
at the
contact,
sound
yeah.
of automatic flushing toilets. And honestly, I still find the sound very overwhelming.
Automatic flushing toilets. I don't think that bothers me. I have no problem with that. Also, that's just a regular toilet.
Hey. But the response to this was always, "You're being dramatic," or "You talk too much,"
Owned.
or "You're so sensitive."
Or,
And to
"You're
be fair,
fucking
that's what it
retarded."
looked like on the outside. Who doesn't think dirty dishes are gross? Who isn't passionate about their interests? Who didn't?
Nobody
When I
tell
was
her I
in
said that I was joking.
5th/68th grade, I would record myself reciting entire eps on my MP3 player. And they were almost at word-for-word accurate, LOL.
Entire eps of Spongebob? That sounds like something I would have done. Also sounds like something that an autistic person might have done.
Didn't find jeans to be itchy and refused to wear them until their parents forced them to in 7th grade. Oh, just me then? Fair enough. My point is, a lot of autistic behaviors and reactions can fly under the radar, you know? When the criteria
Sure.
for recognizing autism was first created, it was rooted in very old...
These are the scientists who invented autism. Gentlemen, I have a devious idea. We're going to release a horrible mental health condition into the general population.
old, outdated, and prejudiced
A bunch of
perspectives.
evil
It only
masterminds.
considered the experience of young white boys. Therefore, due to social constructs like girls are so emotional, my supposed overreactions to things were just chalked up to the F I got on my birth. And I can only imagine how much worse it is for people who aren't white like me. So for a
okay.
while, I internalized this feedback. It felt like the
They
phrase,
didn't have Pikmin
"Just be
toys when you were a
yourself,"
kid. Nobody has
applied
Pikmin
to
toys.
everyone except me.
Pikmin toys
specifically.
don't exist.
But newsflash, in case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in.
What have I been saying? What have I been saying this whole time? What is autism? It's a clinical way of saying weirdo. What have I been saying this whole time? This girl gets it. She understands. Illymation. Illymation, you get me, Illymation. You get me and I get you. What have I been saying this whole time? Finally, somebody puts it in the exact same words that I've been putting it in.
Have you ever seen me without this stupid hoodie on? At times
Language.
where I wasn't sure how to respond or react properly, I'd study how others would act and try acting more like them. More normal. This is called masking, which
This is
sometimes
called
worked,
crumping.
and sometimes it didn't. Back when I was 11, I was on this weekend retreat kind of thing for church, but
I think I might have seen this before. This is starting to remind me of something I've seen before. See
I
what
didn't have
happens.
many close friends in my youth group because they found me weird and didn't really like interacting with me. I also
Owned.
didn't have many friends in school. In fact, I was getting bullied for unknown reasons.
That's also literally the exact same thing that I went through as a child. I didn't have many friends in school because everyone thought I was weird. Everyone thought I was a weirdo. I went through the same shit.
Oh, wow. Okay. Point is, I didn't know how to interact with people properly, but I knew mimicking how others interacted with me kind of worked. So we get to the lake, and there's this giant cross in the middle. We get out of the van, and this one kid grabs his bags and says, "Ooh, I can't wait to get inside." And he runs ahead of us. So I, mimicking the kinds of things that worked for other kids, decided to say, "And I can't wait to see you trip and fall."
Owned.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, keeps me up at night. So yeah, I
I
didn't
don't know. If I was
understand
there,
why
I think I would have laughed. That's a good bit.
being myself wasn't allowed, or
Also,
why
I have to say, this cartoon has a lot more animation than I was expecting. This required a lot of work. Look at this background. I wouldn't have chosen these colors. I think the purple is ugly. But somebody sat down and made this.
copying other people wasn't working, so I tried doing nothing.
Owned.
I did my best to quiet my brain and hide the person I was, which was so easy. Oh, all right, that's good to hear. Oh, no, I was being sarcastic. Oh, man, it's okay. Dry humor and sarcasm sometimes goes over my head and right into my fragile heart, too. Dude, did you just destroy my bed? Yes. I hate you. Wait, what, you do? You mean it? What? No, I was joking. Why would you joke about that? Well, if I explain it, it's not funny anymore. It wasn't that funny to begin with.
How come you have the same voice as me?
Dude. So yeah, All my life, I've felt like my brain was shaped like a bean, but everyone else's was shaped like a legume.
Like a sphere.
Which I think is different.
No, it's not. A bean is a legume, isn't it?
Between bean and legume. Okay, yeah, beans are legumes, but not all legumes are beans. For example, peas, lentils, and peanuts are not beans, but are legumes. Yeah. This world was made for tough nuts. And I am a squishy little chickpea. And sometimes I could swing it, tossing my garbanzos into recipes and hoping things worked out. But sometimes I couldn't, because I can't. Like, how would you feel if you bit into your Reese's cup and found out it was a fucking bean cup?
Ugh.
You gonna get mad at the beans? Do you think they want to be there? Look at them. This is what hell looks like.
This video is seeming less and less about autism, but we're halfway done, so let's keep going.
No, because no matter what I do differently or how hard I try, this is my brain.
Hi, Max. I wish you have a swell day. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mateo Lecara, or Sarah. I hope you have a nice day as well.
This is how it works. Fucking bean cup. So life can really suck if
Let's
you're
get back to
atypical.
autism. This guy definitely, that kid right there, he definitely has autism. Ask me how I know. Oh, I just have a hunch. I just have a hunch. That kid has autism right there.
People look at you weird, treat you differently, infantilize you, ignore you, take advantage of you, or even hurt you. However, something important I should point out is there's nothing wrong with me or anyone who is neurodivergent, no matter where they are on the spectrum or how you perceive them.
Except you're all a bunch of freaks and weirdos.
Cured. Like I said, the world just isn't made by or for beings like us.
I don't know, Illy. You don't seem autistic.
Wait, what? What do you mean I don't seem autistic?
Well, you don't act autistic. You have a job, you talk to people, and you can take care of yourself.
So
Who is
you
that?
think autistic people can't be smart or capable?
No, it's not what I'm saying. It's just you don't look autistic.
So you think autistic people can't be hot?
What? No, I just mean...
So you don't think I'm hot?
No, you're great. It's just, I don't think you're autistic. Like, my cousin is autistic. He's nonverbal, he has to wear head...
This face. Is he dead? This face is so funny. What, is he in heaven? What's going on? Why is he in heaven? My cousin died of autism.
Headphones everywhere so he doesn't get
Moving on.
overstimulated, and he really, really likes trains. And you're nothing like him.
Well, yeah, of course I'm nothing like him. We're two completely different people. That's why it's called autism spectrum disorder, not you act like my little cousin disorder. I'm on one end of the spectrum where I don't need assistance caring for myself. Does that mean I'm not autistic? No, I still experience a lot of sensory problems that interfere with my life on a daily basis.
And that's why I
Especially when it
can't
comes
wash
to
the
touch and
dishes.
sound. If I'm in a situation that's too noisy for me, or in pants that are too itchy, I know that if I
Somebody
can't...
says, "Hey Max, wash the dishes." I say, "Sorry, can't. Autism." Autism. Can't do it. Wash dishes, can't do it. Autism. How could I with autism?
remove
I'm
myself
lousy with
from this
autism.
overstimulating issue or find a way to cope through it, I could shut down and become nonverbal. And then you'll see me act autistic, which happens. And it sucks. It feels like my body locks up and my brain goes offline. But the worst part is, to everyone else, I just look like this. Good job, Alyssa. You're being so well behaved.
You're being
Honestly,
so
what I
autistic
really needed
today.
back then was a pair of noise-canceling headphones and some gloves to do the dishes. But I didn't know that. My parents didn't know that. My teachers didn't know that. Because all they saw was this over-talkative, forgetful, distracted kid finally sitting still and doing as they're told. Whether we understand it or not, though, some autistic people need more or less accommodations than others. And that doesn't make them more or less autistic, or faking it even. Like, you might only need glasses to see better when you're reading. Meanwhile, I need glasses all the time to see anything at all.
Max, I'm going to break into your house and wash your goddamn dishes. Go for it. You don't need to break into my house to wash my dishes. If you're coming over to wash my dishes, I'll let you in willingly. I hate washing the dishes. Though I don't think I have any dirty dishes right now. So if you broke into my house right now to wash my dishes, you'd be shit out of luck.
That doesn't mean you're faking it for attention. Again, these nuances among individual disabled experiences just highlight all the things we need to change to make the world...
That's Steven Universe. Is that Steven Universe right there? I think that's Steven Universe. We've got the sussy S over here, too. We are the crystal gems. We always save the day. And if you think we can't,
more
we'll always
and
find a
accessible
way.
To everyone, bean or legume. Well,
That's
still,
why the
you shouldn't
people
self-diagnose.
of this
Autism
world
is serious.
believe
It's not some
in
internet trend.
Garnet,
Yeah, I agree.
Amethyst, and
Self-diagnosing
Pearl and
yourself or
Steven.
faking a disability just to take advantage of the systems in place is really scummy. However, policing disabled people via vigilante justice is
great.
not the solution you think it is.
Yes, it
Because
is.
disabled people deal with enough unnecessary crap from abled people and doctors, sadly.
Somebody just said, I think I'm autistic after seeing this. Okay, come on. Somebody worked hard on this. Illymation on YouTube. Check her out. 2.55 million subscribers. Good job, Illy. Illy, can I call you Illy?
Turns out you're not autistic, but you do find training your dog to lay on your chest helps curb your sensory-related panic attacks. Please do that. You're not taking away any resources from anyone else by simply taking care of yourself. And honestly, if you don't believe I fit the DSM-5 criteria for autism spectrum disorder after hearing all the things I listed about my own individual autistic experience, I don't care. 'Cause again, when the standards for autism have historically only represented quirked up white boys with a little bit of swag and a special interest in trains, you're gonna miss quite a lot of people. Whenever I feel imposter syndrome towards my place on the spectrum, I've just been telling myself, well, if I was a little boy, would a mother use this opportunity to lean over and explain to her wide-eyed child what autism is? And usually, the answer is yes. I think they would. Or better yet, if you think you may be autistic and want an informed opinion, talk to your autistic friends about it. That's what I did.
Talk to your
That's why I
autistic
made this
doctors.
video. Thank you, Kit, for helping me with the script. But I don't have any autistic friends, you say. And to that I say, I'm pretty sure you do. But if not, I
Well,
encourage...
if they're 1% of the population and 99% of people don't have autism, then you might not, you might not. You might not have an autistic friend. But I also, this statistic right here really threw me for a loop. This almost doesn't seem true. Because when I think about all the autistic people that I've known over the course of my life, it seems like it would have to be more than 1%. Right? I would feel like it would have to be something like...
Hey Max, if you were a furry, what animal would it be? It would have to be hairless and lay eggs.
Well, then how would I be a furry if it's hairless? I feel like it might be as much as like 15 to 20% of people have autism. And then there would be 80 to 85% of people who don't, considering how common they are. But I don't know. Who knows? Let me tell you, you could fart in an elevator and get diagnosed with autism these days.
You to find a safe online community that is just as jazzed about your special interests as you are. So with that, thank you for watching my videos. Like it if you liked it so I know. Subscribe to see more stories. Please watch my video about Cats the Musical.
When she said subscribe, the little subscribe button lit up. How did you do that? Do that again. Illy, do that again.
Just as jazzed about your special interests
Watch what
as you
happens
are.
when she says
So with
subscribe.
That, thank you for watching my videos. Like it if you liked it so I know. Subscribe to see more stories.
What?
Please watch
How
my
did
video
you do
about Cats
that?
the
Do
Musical.
that again.
And as
Do it
always,
again.
Stay safe.
What
Subscribe to see
happened?
more stories. Please watch my video about Cats the Musical. And as always, stay safe.
Wait, say it
Special
again.
Interests as you are. So with that, thank you for watching my videos. Like it if you liked it so I know. Subscribe to see more stories.
How did you do
Please
that?
watch my video
That is so cool. How does it do that? Does it... Did she put that in the video herself, or does YouTube just pick up on when you use the word subscribe? Wait, Max, can you do that? I mean, if she can do it, I see no reason why I can't do it. I don't know how she did it, though. YouTube does that for every video. So if I say the word subscribe, YouTube scans the video, which I already know it does that, to create automated subtitles. If I say the word subscribe, it scans those automated subtitles, and every time you say the word subscribe, it makes the button light up. It does a little rainbow thing on the button. I had no idea this feature existed.
So with that, thank you for watching my videos. Like it if you liked it so I know. Subscribe to see more stories. Please
Oh my
video about
God.
the musical.
I can't believe
As
that.
always,
That's
stay
crazy.
safe.
Bonjour mes petits haricots verts. Bienvenue à mon indica.
That's impressive to me. I didn't know it did that. I didn't know it did that.
I've been brushing up on my
He's
French
stimming?
'cause
No,
I've
I'm not
been
stimming. Fuck off. I'm a grown man.
I'm sick.
Mon.
I'm fine. I got la peste.
Listen, a grown man would never stim. Men don't stim. I'm going to get a t-shirt that says that. Men don't stim. Okay? I'm a man. I don't do that shit. If I want to feel some stimulation, what do men do? I'll go hunting. Fuck, what do men do? I can't remember what men do. Fuck, what do men do again? I'll do something manly if I want to feel stimulated. Okay, so here's the good news. Or actually, no, here's the bad news. The bad news is I don't feel as if I'm any closer to understanding autism than I was at the beginning of the stream. Let me look over what I've learned. And also I'm gonna... We're gonna get to what you guys posted in the server as well. I'm gonna give that a cursory glance. I went into this knowing people self-diagnose with autism a lot. Autism seems nebulous. They dislike loud noises. They like sticking to a set schedule day to day. They love Sonic the Hedgehog. It's an umbrella term. People can have no overlapping symptoms. Blue is autistic, which I don't know what that means, but one of you guys said that the color blue is autistic. People with autism are a little socially wonky. They could be described as weirdos. Once again, no value judgment with the word weirdo. It's not how I use the word. And they tend to develop fixations. And my question about autism is it possible to have the symptoms of autism without having autism? And I do feel like the answer to that question is yes. But if the answer to that question is yes, then how do we ever determine if anybody has autism? That I still don't understand. Is it that if you just hit a certain threshold of having enough of the symptoms, then that's what we refer to as autism? But what if you don't have autism, but you just have all of the symptoms purely by coincidence? Does that ever happen? Does that happen and we just don't know? But also, now that I'm reading everything that I wrote down, in terms of things that I've learned so far, some of these I already knew. People with autism have a hard time communicating. I already knew that. People with autism are also likely to have ADHD, epilepsy, and intellectual disability. It's so nebulous that we can't even agree on it. Autistic people may be normal in the sense that neurodiversity suggests they are so common that they can't properly be considered abnormal. But if only 1% of people have autism, I wouldn't say that's true. 1% of people is very rare. We no longer use the Asperger's diagnosis. Also, Asperger's. Come on. You call it Asperger's? Grow up. What scientist came up with that? Were they 5 years old? Asperger's? There exists a classic autism, and Asperger's syndrome was eventually merged with modern autism, and they now exist under the same diagnosis. Wordy, pedantic communications, that's kind of me. I'm very pedantic. I wouldn't say I'm wordy in real life, but I am pedantic all the time. Autism manifests very differently in most people. Most researchers believe our current diagnostic criteria for autism is flawed. That I would definitely agree with. And I feel like that's what I've basically known this whole time. That's basically the entirety of the way that I've always felt. It just seems like there's something wrong with understanding what it is and what it is not. Autistic people are more likely to dislike lying. They prefer to tell the truth. Hey, good on you. Autists, good on you. Lying is wrong. Should always avoid lying, and they know that. Stimming, the repetitive movements or sounds. Stimming is found in some degree in all people. Autistic people are contrarians. Theory, autism has an evolutionary advantage. Humans might gain an advantage from being autism detail-oriented as opposed to socially oriented. A lot of the symptoms of autism seem like symptoms of being introverted. 1% of people have autism, 99% don't, and babies are born with autism. It's like this. Everyone pees, but if you do it more often than normal, something's off. Yeah, that could be an interesting way of conceptualizing it. Everybody's a little weird. Okay, well, how about this? How about this? New update to the autism definition. Before the idea I was working off of was autism is the label that we apply to people who are weirdos, but we don't have another term for it. But maybe a better way of conceptualizing it is people with autism are more weird than the average weirdo. People with autism are too weird. Is that better? I don't know if that's better. That could be better, could be worse.
ASD has 3 levels of severity. Basically, Asperger's got absorbed into level 1 ASD.
Right, I did learn that.
Hope my insights through the stream were helpful. Love you, Max.
Thanks, I love you too. So basically, the way we conceptualize Asperger's now is, if you have Asperger's, you just have mild autism. You have like level 1 basic baby bitch autism. All right. Let's see what some people have written. We're reading from the you know what, let me get the wave music going. I can't be on the beach without my waves. Just a little, just a couple waves. I'm going to read some of your posts that you guys put on the Discord. I asked for anyone who has autism to kindly write about their experiences. I was diagnosed, this is from Twentin Quarantino. I was diagnosed when I was around 9 to 10, and I had an on-off relationship with accepting it. For a long time, I didn't understand why people thought I was odd or different, and why I kept getting in trouble. That sounds like me as a child. I have unique strengths and weaknesses. Like, for example, I can remember the flag of every country on Earth. You sound like a savant, because I definitely couldn't do that. And the birthday of everyone I know. But I'm bad at finding objects, and I have a hard time balancing the volume of my voice. I lose shit constantly. I am always losing stuff. I sometimes fixate on certain topics and obsess for a few months before moving on to something else. And I sometimes use the wrong words to express my thoughts, especially in person. This is another person. When I was a kid, I used to get overstimulated over music, just any music in general, because I found, this is Schmeedy, because I've used to find it very distracting and disorienting, especially when it's loud, which I would freak out over. I was also a really picky eater. I tend to avoid eating things like eggs, cheese, crust on a PB&J, and chicken. But if it's fried chicken, I only eat the breading and nothing else. Did Cartman from South Park write this? I've been in special ed for almost the entirety of my school life. It was horrible in some parts. I did not like special ed because it felt like I'm part of the weird kids, and I often get picked on and belittled because of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Cartman. Thank you. Thank you for posting. Very brave of all of you guys who posted. This one is by... I guess this person doesn't have a name? Or is that because I'm in streamer mode? How do I turn off streamer mode? Streamer mode disabled. Just so I can see people's names. This is from HaloCraft204. Autism is, of course, a major part of my life. It's gone completely unidentified up until I was 18, even though it was comically obvious, due to my upbrought environment being completely unfamiliar with it. Usually brushed off as, oh, we know an autistic person, and this kid is nothing like them. There's countless accentuations of my autism, to name a few. Specific day-to-day tasks can be difficult. Connecting with people is chaotic, and my interests are permanently in the forefront of my mind. I was manically suppressed during my hormonal teens, utterly obsessed with fitting in, and it broke me. I now manage to feel indifferent about it. It's the shape of my brain. It directly causes good and bad, and it's important everyone can come to terms with it. What drastically helped me is to find and surround myself with good people who understand me. Clean and decorate my room with my interests, and especially try to be kind and easy on myself, while also undergoing challenges. Hey, good job. I think the answer should be pinned. Here we go. Hello, I am QWERTY4. I'm excited to finally share my experience with autism, especially since I'm a big fan of Max and his animations when I was younger. I just wanted to start off by saying that autism is much more complex than people realize, since it encompasses a spectrum of people who have different types of autism. You have people who are on the low-functioning side and people who are more high-functioning, and then there are people who are right in the middle. I'm one of those people who was diagnosed with high-functioning autism. I just want to say that as a 22-year-old with autism, as well as ADHD, since I was also diagnosed with ADHD when I was younger, it's a common comorbidity, it's definitely affected my life in more ways than one. Like, I don't think I would be who I am if it wasn't for my autism and my ADHD, as well as my OCD. You're collecting Pokemon over here. You got all of them. You got the whole set. Which was something that I was diagnosed with when I was a teenager. The thing about autism is that it makes you more sensitive to things around you, and as a result, it makes you more likely to shut off from the world, from the outside world, if it's too much for you. For example, I'm very sensitive to bright lights and loud noises. Especially loud noises. It's the reason why I wear my headphones a lot, because it helps me tune out the noise as well as focus on what needs to be taken care of. I also just like my headphones in general because they're just nice to wear. Unfortunately, if you wrote a lot, I'm not going to read everything that you wrote because we don't have time. But thank you. Thank you, QWERTY. Zip Nada. I probably won't post here in this fan Discord again, as I am much older than your community as a whole. That's fine, don't worry about it. But considering I am a parent of a neurodivergent teen who watches your stream, I felt I could chime in briefly. I applaud your desire to learn and educate yourself. God, I wish I had learned more. I wish I was leaving this stream with a better understanding. I don't really feel like that actually happened. But thank you for your applause. I'm always interested in learning new things. I think that's very rad of you, and yes, that's a Lisa Simpson quote for you. Do I remember her saying that? Maybe not. But I'm not going to lecture or give a speech or actually. I will advise you to keep a close eye on your super chats and to remember, as an occasional troll myself, my dude, nothing is more tempting than to troll a troll. So keep that in mind. Especially since it's on your, this is a very special episode of Relax with Max sort of deal, remember to lead with empathy. I don't know if I led with empathy today. Maybe I made one too many off-color jokes for my own good, but I hope you guys don't think that I actually have anything against people who are autistic. And even though I think it's probably less likely that I have autism myself, I also can't rule it out. I got a 10 on the scoreboard, whereas Spongebob got a 2. I did a lot of the stimming as a child, so, you know, maybe that means something. Who knows? We'll never know. I'll never actually try to find out, so we'll never know. It can just remain a mystery, I think. Or you know what? Maybe I could just ask you guys. If you guys were to make a guess, Max G, Relax with Max himself, the big guy, autistic or not? If you think I am, put a 1 in the chat. If you think I'm not, put a 2 in the chat. I just don't feel like I really need to know. I don't care about knowing. It's not gonna change anything at this point anyway. Seeing a lot of ones. It's okay. It's okay that you think it's likely. Some of you guys are posting 3s. Not sure what that means. Oh, and now we're getting a bunch of 2s. We'll never know. We'll truly never find out. Here's a post from Nathan Yoka. Unfortunately, in the city where I live, there are not many schools and colleges with autism programs. The director of our school, who is not coping with her responsibility, did not warn this boy's mother that one of the nearby schools was already full of places, and the college was very far away, and she was afraid to let him go because she understood that she would not be able to be nearby in an emergency situation. My best friend's brother has autism. He looks like an unsociable and quiet boy who's always busy with something. Unfortunately, there is no father in his life, because he ran away from his responsibilities, and his relatives say that his mother is to blame for his defect. I asked for your personal experiences about autism, but thank you for the post anyway. Here's one from Joe Aroni. Autism is strange. I can somehow be on the top of my course and manage to accidentally Uber another medic in TF2 on more than one occasion. So much of my life has been influenced by it in many ways. I can only imagine and wonder how much more different I would be if I wasn't autistic. I should go to sleep. It's 4 a.m. Well, Joe, remember, Joe, autism is nothing that ever has to get in the way of your happiness. There's nothing about being autistic that means that you can't be happy. From Woobious Art, I'm actually not diagnosed yet. Uh-oh. But I definitely got something up in my head. Uh-oh, you're not supposed to do that. But yeah, shit sucks. It is probably what influenced me into getting into art and my art hobbies. Basically, I'm autistic because I like art. That's what it means. That's about it. You know it's bad when I enjoy Y2K unironically. Should I play that? I'm not going to play that. Don't answer that question. I'm not playing it. I'm never playing Yeek. I will not play it. I'm not interested. Any more good ones? Hello, I'm the guy who initially... This is from I Love Dumb Bitches. Hell of a name. Hello, I'm the guy who initially mentioned the autism isn't real thing that led to Max talking about an autism stream. I can confirm if I asked. I was diagnosed with Asperger's sometime during my childhood, not sure when. Possibly also ADHD. No diagnosis. I don't really want to self-diagnose. When I found out, it explained a lot about me. I would put coins in my mouth. Was weird socially. Maybe you just love the taste of coins. And of course, hyperfixations. My parents are sort of weird about it. Like, saying not to use it as an excuse. That's good advice. Should never use it as an excuse. I try not to. I apologize beforehand if I'm about to, and even then, I always try to be very reasonable about it. Not putting all the blame on. I mean, maybe coins taste good. I'm sorry, I just like the taste of pennies and nickels.
Why is bro so whimsical and joyous? Does he not know the turmoils of yearning the taste of coins?
The penny is 1, a nickel is 5, a dime is 10, and a quarter's 25. How much is a penny? How much is a quarter? How much is a nickel? I think I might have let it get to me. I'm not really good at conversing or focusing on my projects that I know I really should work on. Probably partially Asperger's, probably part of me too. I kind of internalize it as me being pathetic. I should probably fix that. You need to learn discipline. Everybody, no matter who you are, whether you have autism or you don't, discipline is always a good skill to learn. If you are undisciplined, you need to learn discipline. Not sure what else to add. Love ya. Mwah. Mwah. This one is from Nextqual. Summary, I'm an autistic girl who was diagnosed at 3 years old. Due to the stigma of girls being diagnosed, I was treated poorly by teachers and classmates. Doctor said I wouldn't walk, talk, or graduate high school. Woof. I grew up with a religious background, and my mom was told by family members, I was demon-possessed. Whoa! You got a demon inside of you? You got that autism demon. That's the most deadly demon of all. Which was dismaying for her to hear, and as a result exposed me to hateful media? What happened? I need to know this story. This could be a great story. You can make a movie about your life. Excuse me. I've been in behavior therapy for years, but I still struggle with tasks like time management and money budgeting. Psychiatrists still doubt my diagnosis, despite what doctors said. I'm now graduating high school this year. Well, mazel tov. Congratulations. Congratulations. Multiple congratulations. Some advice. If you don't know what an autistic person needs, ask. If an autistic person isn't communicating with words, don't assume defiance. Could be a number of things bothering them. This one is from Morgan Torium. I was fortunate enough to be diagnosed with autism.
I don't think I'm
young.
autistic and don't really care for the term hyperfixation, but I sure do love vacuum cleaners.
You know what? They're an amazing invention. How did people live before vacuum cleaners? Did people just not have carpets back then, I guess? You can sweep, but you can only do that with a hardwood floor or a tile floor. I was fortunate enough to be diagnosed with autism young. It was okay when I was a small child, despite my attempts at socializing failing because I couldn't understand what people picked up automatically. I at least had an idea of why I was failing and could grow because I seek out a community that understood interpersonal quirks in a way that I could connect with. Although they varied in ways to deal with it, they had more or less the same type of brain as me. Recently, I've had to counter a new, really intense wave of misinformation, seemingly from people who attach to ideas about what autism is, without having access to tools that confirm what it is that they're dealing with. While I understand not everyone can go through the process of a diagnosis, this can perpetuate things that aren't true. I've needed to mask more than ever because I can't fight incredibly outdated perceptions of autism that aren't accurate at the time. And I also don't feel like I can connect in the rare places that I could anymore. Well, good luck. I wish you all the best here at Relax with Max. This one's from Yellow Scratchy Dog. I don't really have a memory of how I was diagnosed with autism, but I know for a fact it made me special. I've seen many Dar Man videos about autism, and one thing is for certain. I'm not sure who Dar Man is. Autism isn't a disability, it's just a different ability. If you bully someone with autism, then you're a monster. What if the bullying comes from a place of love, like it does with me? You give me a pass, right? You give me a pass to do autism jokes, right? Yeah, of course you do. Why wouldn't you? I'm not a monster. You guys don't think I'm a monster, right? Just because someone has autism doesn't mean they are not allowed to be like you. They are special in their own way, and you have to respect that. For me, autism is like a superpower. So you would say that you agree with Tom Kenny. Saying that it's a superpower is not a cope. It's just actually better to be autistic. Well, I mean, I guess I can say that I don't know if I agree with that, but I also don't know what it's like to have autism, assuming I don't have it. Maybe if I was autistic, I would believe that. If I didn't have autism, I would feel very boring. I'm glad I have it. Even if you don't have autism, don't worry. Be glad that some people have it as well, and they are no different from you. This is why we have Autism Awareness Month. The next one is about 8 months away in April. I would love if people like you would join in to stand up for autistic people who get bullied. Thank you. I know that this might sound weird from a person who likes to make off-color jokes as much as I do, but I also do believe that bullying is very wrong and that we shouldn't bully each other. I think it's mostly okay to make jokes about other people if they feel as if they're in on it, or they are okay with you making those jokes. But bullying is bad. Bullying's bad, okay? You shouldn't be bullying, okay? Let's not bully anybody. Bullying's bad, okay? Okay. Here's a post from Izzy. My family has been against the idea, but across my life, in schools to teachers to almost everyone who's met me, believe that I am mentally impaired. So your parents don't think it's true, but everyone else does. Mostly by teachers, they would claim that I had symptoms of autism, and that I should at least go to a doctor to be examined or diagnosed. But my family has defended me for years. Of course, as a person, I never actively want to be autistic. Of course, you always want to be normal. See, that is what I agree with. If you're not a normal person, There's nothing wrong with not being normal. And it doesn't mean you're a bad person. And it doesn't mean you can't be happy. But I still also, you know, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I think it's always better to be normal. If for no other reason other than the fact that our society is built to accommodate normal people. So the more normal you are, the easier a time you're going to have fitting in with the rest of society. Through life, I've kind of grown to accept it. Personally, denying that I have nothing wrong with me had pulled me back with actually doing it. My parents think I'm smart. You probably are smart. I can be, but I have an extremely hard time trying to communicate my thoughts. That I definitely understand. I understand how it feels to have a brain that thinks smart thoughts, but a mouth that makes the smart thoughts stupid. I think we can all identify with that. Often I can grow stagnant and mumble and misunderstand things and just respond in the strangest ways to sentences. It just doesn't register with me. Does this get happier at the end? Let's hope it does. Working around them and finding the strengths can really help. There's a lot of downsides. You don't want to be looked down on. But you also don't want to be praised for dealing with something like that and treated like you're special. You just kind of want to be treated normally. I don't think I'll ever tell my family I feel that way. A lot of you guys got way too personal. a lot of you guys got really venty here. You took this as an opportunity to vent. I just wanted like 4 or 5 sentences. But I hope you feel better. Just want to be treated normally. I don't think I'll ever tell my family I feel that way, but I'll most likely silently manage with it. And knowing what you struggle with and understanding that is super important. So yeah, that's autism. Once again, you don't know you have it, though, if you haven't been diagnosed. Not that you might not, because maybe you might do, but whatever. From Snekus, I remember being diagnosed with autism at 5.5. When I was younger, I had sensory issues. I did not like the feeling of paper. I love the feeling of paper. I absolutely hated it, and I would throw a fit every time I got near it. And when I felt something fluffy and soft like a blanket, I would put it up to my nose and rub it against my nose or palm. When I overstimulate, I spin. Yep, I have one of those chairs that spins around. Usually happens when I see a video I like or when my favorite music plays on my phone. Noise-canceling headphones all the way, baby. Average Gengar enjoyer. I am not a diagnosed autistic, but a lot of people in my family say I am. I use a nerd voice a lot when talking to a nerd voice? When talking to someone? Especially if it's someone I'm comfortable with.
I have autism when I think your jokes are pretty funny. I'm just that cozy with myself. Who doesn't love the feeling of paper?
The previous person that we just heard from, I guess. I like the feeling of paper a lot, and I love the smell of paper. Oof. It's one of my favorite things. I use a nerd voice a lot. I use a nerd voice a lot, especially if it's someone I'm comfortable with. I tend to have sensory issues, especially with a lot of smells and textures. Like nuts. I hate the way nuts break down in your mouth. I hate the way nuts break down in your mouth. I guess I can understand. I mean, there are plenty of foods that I don't like the mouthfeel of. So I guess I can understand that. I don't really like the way that hummus feels in your mouth. It's too grainy. It's too granular. From Pizza Box, when people think of autism, they normally think of the Hollywood concept of the quiet kid who is good at math or science, who will freak out at the littlest things. But in reality, that's such a specific trope that only covers a small percentage of people with autism. Some people with autism are extremely social, but can struggle with basic concepts in standard education like math or grammar. From Gato Call, I grew up with undiagnosed autism. I was always among the loudest, perhaps most reactive of my peers, and they took advantage of that. I was tested as a kid, but they didn't find anything, so I just assumed I was weird. It wasn't until my baby sister was diagnosed that I decided to go back as an adult to get a diagnosis. Many people will tell you a diagnosis as an adult is especially expensive. Oof, I definitely don't want one then. But if you can talk to a psychiatrist, chances are they can diagnose you for the price of one visit, which in my case was just $50. The research has gone a long way, so if you're like me and got tested when you were younger, it's not too late to get a second opinion. If you want autism, or if you want to know that you have autism. Have I read all the good ones? Maybe I'll read one more. Oh, here's one I want to read. I'm not autistic, but I major in psychology. And I would like to share my thoughts. A psychology major. Piping up. Of course, it's a big problem. 1% of the whole population has it. There's that number again, which is quite a lot if you think about it. Abilities of people in the spectrum vary quite a lot. It can and should be diagnosed in early childhood, although most people get diagnosed much later in life. Autism is a spectrum, and we should remember that not everyone will be the same. Therapy can improve and help deal with autism on a daily basis, but living with this disability is obviously hard. Hold on in there, guys. And that's from I Don't Like This. This is one from Paste. With autism, it helps me in some ways and not so much in others. I get really anxious and paranoid when my daily schedule gets messed up, and I struggle with telling people's emotions. But at the end of the day, I'm still thriving. You just have to accept the good and the bad. Here's one from Sam Malicious, who has a goofball avatar. I kind of notice with my autism that I sound more like a robot. I kind of notice with my autism that I sound more like a robot, but at the same time, I have speech problems like stuttering. I have a stutter, too. Kind of speaking fast, which makes me screw up my sentences, and I still have a lisp. My words sound meshed together when I speak. I used to have a speech pathologist to help me, but this is... But with this... A speech pathologist to help me with this, but it didn't really work.
I'm the type of autistic that has hypo everything. Loud noises don't bother. If I get excited, I lose control of my volume. I'm also easily distracted.
I would say that being easily distracted, that to me, that definitely sounds more of a symptom of ADHD. I feel like that's the whole thing with ADHD. Being easily distracted. Here's one from Pest. Autism is a struggle. The meltdowns are hard, especially in public. It's something you can't control. But there's also good that comes with it, like being fucking awesome and having superpowers. There's one from Gino. The worst part of autism is when you're between hyperfixations and you don't know which one you like more. It's always just a massive battle in your own head. Okay, we'll do one more. This person doesn't have a name because their handle on Discord is just a cute little smiley face, but hi Max. I got 2 highs. This is just my experience, but I really don't like being autistic because everyone gets 20 times more everything gets 20 times more difficult for no reason, except that I'm literally just hardwired differently. But I do like that I can get really into something and feel like I have a rightful place in the fandom, especially in older ones, like Descendants. I'm not sure what Descendants is, but apparently it's popular amongst people with autism. Actually, I do kind of want to keep reading them. Although maybe I can just read them in my own time. I kind of want to read all of these now. But if I had to read all of these aloud, that might be a bit much. I'm starting to lose my voice. F. Red. As someone with autism most of the time, I don't tell people because I know for a fact they'll either tell me I don't have it because I don't look like I do, or they'll baby me nonstop because of harmful stereotypes. Yeah, like I said about all of the people that I've known with autism, all the friends I've had with autism, usually you have to get to know them a bit first before you can even tell. It's not always readily apparent. So if the stereotype is that people, it's always like incredibly obvious right away, I would say that's an incorrect stereotype. I also hyperfixate on things for long periods of time, and hearing someone get something about my hyperfixation incorrect causes me to become very upset and can sometimes cause a meltdown. Meltdowns are also pretty embarrassing to have, especially in front of friends and family that don't understand autism, even after me explaining it. It's just super difficult to live with. Well, and I just got a message from somebody named Joja. And Joja says that they want me to read what they wrote. So I'm going to accommodate Joja, and then I can be done. Joja says, okay, I didn't like how my phrasing was in the last attempt. I don't remember if I let it, but I don't remember if I read it, but okay. If you're reading this, I have myself autism. I myself have autism. Pretty neat stuff from me, at least. I totally understand the struggles other people face with it. However, my parents were always extremely understanding with me and helping me through it. I feel like autism is what has pushed me to be a cartoonist, an artist who can't art very well. As a cartoonist, it allows me to be dedicated to the craft. Discovery of animation at a young age with YouTube
I think people should
supervision.
realize that autistic people's lives' quality are affected by basic things like poverty, environment, that affects all humans.
Sure. Yeah, but that's something that you could just assume about all humans. And thank you to Diamond for joining the goofball tier. We love having you here. Where was I? Without YouTube supervision, I saw your videos, gave me such a passion for it, and I doubt I would have continued on with it if I didn't have autism. So I'd have to thank that and you for making my cartoonist dreams come true. That's not a very lofty dream, but I'm glad I was able to help. I'm glad I was able to help Jojo. I spent way more time on this than I was ever expecting to. I thought I was going to do this for like an hour, and then we would move on to Fear and Hunger, and we didn't do that at all. But thanks to everybody who posted in the Discord about this. Didn't get to read them all, but that's okay. And thanks to everyone who sent me information for this. I don't know if I would feel like I learned a lot, though. I don't know if many of my opinions, if many of my opinions and perceptions on autism have changed, which is a little disappointing because I really thought I was going to get like a serious education today. But maybe I can keep looking into it, and maybe I can find something interesting later on, and then maybe I can share it with you guys later. But I've been going for 4 hours, and I got to get out of here. So, this is going to conclude our autism stream. And you know what that means, my autistic friends. We're all a little autistic here, I think. I think you'd have to be autistic to, like, relax with Max. I really do. You know what that means. It means it's time to wind things down. Thanks, Max. Now I'm autistic. Whoops, sorry. We had a few good laughs, my friends. Made a few memories. And although now the fun must end, I hope you see what you mean to me. You're all my neighbors and allies, and though it's time to part, as we traverse through lows and highs, I'll keep you all inside my heart. Sorry that it's time to go, but we can still share one more song. It's because I love you so that it hurts to say so long. Red and yellow, black and white, you're all precious in my sight, but it's time for us to say so long. once again, thank you to everybody who posted in the Discord in regards to all of this. And thank you for coming along with me on this journey to learn about autism. This was fun. But was it relaxing? Was it that kind of fun? Now that I know more about autism, even though I've only been saying that I feel like I don't know anything more about autism, in what ways can I make this show more accessible to autistic people? Should this show involve more stimming? Should I be stimming for you guys? I guess I can stim with my mouth harp. Is that a stim? Does that count? Does that count as stimming? Subway Surfers gameplay in the corner. That'll fry all of your brains. That'll fry your dopamine receptors. You don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that. Flap your arms? No, I haven't done that since I was 7 years old. I'm not going back. Not going back to the autistic child that I used to be. I grew out of my autism. I'm leaving it all behind. Anyway. And also, if you actually are autistic, I hope that nothing that transpired today in terms of what I said and the jokes that I made, I hope none of it, or even just like the observations that I made, I hope none of it was too offensive. And I hope you understand. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody or step on anybody's toes. That's not what the show is about. It's just a show about relaxing and being silly. Being silly is a part of relaxing, unfortunately. But you know what? If you're a fan of mine, then you have a good sense of humor. You must. I know you have a good sense of humor. So I know that nobody cares. I'd like to take a moment to encourage you all to consider joining my Patreon, which now has over 10 years of updates. For just $5 a month, you can get access to useful resources for artists and animators, such as source files, presets, and tutorials, and the link is in the description below. And if you're not interested in the art stuff, but you'd still like to support what I do, you can become a channel member right here on YouTube and get access to exclusive emotes in the chat. It's going to be it for me, folks. I'll see you on Monday, where we're going to be playing more Fear and Hunger. Fear and Hunger! Wanted to play it today, but ran out of time. My new favorite game. I think I can probably also beat it on Monday. I think we're going to wrap it up. And thanks to everyone who joined us for this stream. Thank you so much for inviting me into your home and allowing me to spend the afternoon with you. It's been an honor and a privilege. And remember, I am close personal friends with each and every one of you, but only if you're autistic. So long.